Okay, audio levels look good. So today what I'm going to be doing is continuing to lay out the plan for how everything's going to be set up from a security standpoint. I think I made some progress in my thinking about it yesterday. I realized after reading the Signal blog post, Signal Secure Value Recovery. After reading this blog post on yesterday's stream, I realized that, like, user passwords are never going to be secure. There's just not much you can really do about it. Like, the amount of work it takes to try to make something easy for a user, and like in some way they expect, basically means that users' passwords are always going to be their weakest link. And if you have someone in your group that has a weak password like that, there's not much you can do about it. 1 second, I forgot to do this. Must have closed this yesterday. So you can do what Signal did, which is do like a crazy amount of work so that a user can type in a PIN to recover some information, and even that, like, it has to be pretty limited. Like, I don't think Signal, although one blog post I'm going to read today is the secure backups. It'll be interesting to see how they actually implemented this. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how they implemented this. My general sense is that you're just going to have to accept the trade-off that users' passwords are not going to be secure. And you can give them some controls to make them more secure, you know, try to help them add two-factor, give them ability to add like hardware keys. Maybe like on a group you could require hardware keys. There's different things you can do. The point is that I think for any normal user experience, the sort of iOS, Google, and Apple passkeys that a lot of things support these days are about the best you're going to get reasonably. And I think they're good enough for majority of cases. Like, they make it hard enough that the government can't just access your stuff. And even if like Google and Apple might have a backdoor, like maybe they can access this stuff, they would really have to jump through a lot of hoops to do this on a wide scale. They could do it. But that's why I think, like, as a platform, you just give an ability for someone to create a group where they can require everyone has, say, a hardware key, something like this. And then you try to make everything else on the back end as much as possible private and secure. So, yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll support passkeys. I was reading too about WhatsApp yesterday. WhatsApp, I guess somewhat recently, they implemented a setup where if you get a new phone, they'll automatically have other users. I was going to ask Claude about this too. They'll automatically have other users resend old messages. So like, if I've messaged you, right, I have all the old messages on my phone, I could resend them to you. WhatsApp, the issue with it is that the way WhatsApp is doing it, WhatsApp basically tells your client that this new key on the new private key for the public key for the user on that other phone is the user, and to just trust it and send the messages. Of course, the issue with this is that trusting the server to send you that public key without any confirmation from the user means that you send them the messages without you really knowing about it. A cool way they could have implemented this is if someone gets a new phone, they could start messaging you again, and then it could just prompt you, hey, you know, this is a new public key for this user. Do you want to send them all the old messages? And so there's a lot of cool stuff you can really do with this, I think. But, you know, you just give the user control over it. Like, it's... What is this music? Good bargain. So I have a pretty good sense that I don't want to sacrifice too much for the privacy, but if you wanted to create sort of a private group, have restrictions on it so that everyone had to have secure logins, you could enable that, and you could access all your data without having to be logged in or anything. So you could do it through a VPN or Tor or something like that. And so you could have an entirely private group within the platform. That's kind of the goal. Most of the people you talk to, it's how I kind of feel about iMessage. Like, I don't want to message someone on SMS like this, totally unencrypted. Everyone can read it. The Chinese government can read it. If someone messages me on iMessage, it's like, sure, you know, it's not perfect. It's good enough for what we can do today. So that's kind of the world I want to be in, is maybe like a little bit better than iMessage, but, you know, a little bit better than iMessage, but like the features you would expect from something like a Facebook in terms of quality of features. Hopefully better than Facebook, but you know what I mean. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I'm still trying to find anyone in my network who knows someone from Signal or someone who knows end-to-end encryption well, because I would like to float these ideas by. I mean, I can make these decisions on my own. I'm not super worried about that. It would just be nice to see if I have some kind of blind spot I'm totally missing out on. So, like, for example, the login thing, like I was doing all this stuff for the end-to-end encryption. I'm backing up all the history I'm saving on the servers, right? So the login is really the critical piece. Like, if there's just no good way to deal with it, really, other than allowing it to be somewhat easy to get the history. Yeah, and WhatsApp's approach, where WhatsApp just trusts the new key, I guess they don't want to back up the history because it would cost them money. But at that point, what WhatsApp's doing, I don't know why you wouldn't just back up the encrypted history and give it to the user who logs in. Other than you don't have it at any point in time. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. But yeah, in that model, like WhatsApp's model, like if I didn't back up the data myself, if it was relied on all the group members having it, it is kind of interesting, right? Like, imagine a platform where if none of the group members have the data anymore and you like log in again because none of the group members care or something, I don't know. They've all like reset their phones a bunch of times. Maybe it's fine to just not have stuff older than that. Like, if no one in the group has it anymore, maybe that's fine. So then you wouldn't have to back the stuff up to the servers. You would just have it on everyone's local devices. I kind of like that approach, but I need to think about it. I need to explore that space some more. Let me go ahead and I was thinking about, it would be nice to read through all of Signal's blog posts potentially. There aren't, I mean, there's a decent amount of them. Not all of them, but the ones particularly I'm interested in. It'd be fun to make it a video series, reading through the blog posts. This is one of the people, one of the main people who created Signal. I'm just reading through their about page real quick. let's read this one. This might be interesting. The magic of software, or what makes it a good engineer, also makes a good engineering organization. People who create software generally refer to themselves as software engineers, and yet if they graduate from university, it is typically a degree in computer science. That has always felt a little strange to me because science and engineering are two pretty different disciplines, yet we for the most part seem to take such an obvious contradiction for granted. However, I think that there is something uniquely magical about software, and part of that magic might stem from this tension in how we define it. At first glance, software seems like straightforward engineering practice. After all, it exists within a fully known universe, the computer of our own making. This is in stark contrast to disciplines that are more obviously science, like biology or physics, which exist within domains that we did not create and do not fully understand. Unlike computers, which are fully understood, those disciplines are in large part about the search for understanding. Science, in other words, is often occupied with the process of discovering how something works, which we don't need to do with computers. Since we understand everything about the computer and don't need to discover its workings, software seems much more straightforward. With nothing to discover, we might say that software is the engineering practice of combining and assembling what is available from the complex system, computing in order to manifest a given vision. So, mouthful. Start with the vision, and then do the engineering to manifest that vision. However, I don't believe that is the full story. I want to suggest that the relationship between vision and engineering in software is often intertwined and bidirectional, rather than linear, and the whole of software development is actually full of discovery, even though it exists within a completely known universe. I want to suggest that the relationship between vision and engineering in software is often intertwined and bidirectional rather than linear, and the whole of software development is actually full of discovery, even though it exists within a completely known universe. Vision and engineering has a more intertwined and bidirectional relationship. Consider these computer graphics animations from the era when I was first getting interested in software. These are from an extremely primitive era, and yet they are beautiful and compelling. The interesting thing to me about these animations is that they are not actually animating, at least not in the conventional sense, where the value of each pixel is calculated and rendered 30 times a second. It certainly looks like that is what's happening, given all the dynamic movement, but that would not have been feasible based on the hardware constraints at the time. So here we have a waterfall, and then we have this kind of like flowing purple, red, and green, I don't know how to describe it, waves. Instead, these were actually images that made use of a technique known as color cycling. Color cycling exploited the fact that graphics systems like VGA used indexed color. Indexed color systems were a memory optimization technique for representing each pixel on the screen with a single 1-byte color value rather than a full 3-byte RGB value, along with a separate color palette that mapped these 1-byte color values to a full 3-byte RGB value. Each pixel can be represented with a 1-byte color value. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. There's a matrix of zeros and ones and twos and threes. A separate table map maps the 1-byte color values into indexes to 3-byte RGB values. So 0 becomes red, 1 becomes pink, 2 becomes blue, 3 becomes turquoise. The resulting colors are rendered for each pixel. Someone who understood how indexed color systems worked realized that it would be possible to create impressive, for the time, video effects by carefully specifying color values for an image and then intelligently cycling the 256 colors in the color palette to create an appearance of motion. Someone who understood how indexed color systems worked realized that it was possible to create impressive video effects by carefully specifying color values for an image and then intelligently cycling the 256 colors in the color palette. Combining tricks like this are what enabled the famous Amiga Boing Ball demo. I think this is a somewhat non-obvious result. It's pretty funny, like looking at the bouncing ball, because anyone young probably doesn't remember screensavers that would have a ball that's bouncing on the screensaver. When your computer would go to its screensaver, like the screen wouldn't turn off, it would have, you know, some kind of screensaver, and it would always be one of these sort of bouncing ball effects. And I guess that was impressive at the time. I think this is a somewhat non-obvious result. Indexed color systems weren't created for this purpose, but software developers who understood them were able to use them to create something unexpectedly great. Computing in general has a long history of non-obvious results. I mean, if I had been there at the beginning of it all, I'm not sure I would have predicted that by quickly turning electricity on and off, we could get all this. Much like with pure science disciplines. I gotta change the honky-tonk jazz. Much like with pure science disciplines, software's history has been has been a history of discovery. However, while understanding is the object of discovery in biology or physics, understanding in engineering is often the basis for discovery in software. While software development is indeed the process of combining and assembling resources to manifest a given vision, deep understanding of the resources and all the ways to use them also inform the vision in a bidirectional relationship. While software is indeed the process of combining and assembling resources to manifest a vision, deep understanding of the resources and all the ways to use them inform the vision as bidirectional. Okay. It's not always as simple as starting with a vision and then using the resources available to build it. Yeah, I don't disagree with this. Basically, it's you're constrained. You have a vision. You have to modify the vision based on those constraints as you experience them. And yeah, I agree. This is a big reason a lot of companies struggle, is because everyone's so myopic in what they're doing that there's no person who's basically mapping the constraints as they exist on the field to a cohesive product or idea. They often emerge together or in an intertwined way, and things continually leap forward over and over. If we consider the animations above to be software product, it is clear that the product did not begin with a vision that someone had for animations which looked this way. It was an understanding of the engineering that informed the vision and vice versa. I'm using color cycling as an example because it's visual and so old as to be uncontroversial, but it's a pattern that I've seen appear again and again throughout the course of my involvement with software. Deep understanding of tools and technology yields a new vision, unexpected results, insight, or a solution of some kind. Deep understanding of tools and technology yields a new vision, unexpected results, insight, or a solution of some kind, big or small. That doesn't always mean a new product or a demo, and more often than not is simply an advance within a project that only a small group of people will ever take note of, but it almost always starts with the understanding part. I feel like we might be losing sight of the understanding part. Abstractions, building more, creating less. Software development has the benefit of relying on abstraction layers. It would be incredibly arduous to have to implement all of the logic associated with storing data to disk every time one needs to store data to a disk. So abstracting that out into a reusable storage interface like an RDBMS or a key value store, of course, greatly valuable. The same can be said for the value of an HTTP library, sockets interface, C compiler, a game engine, or any other abstraction layer. However, there are two ways of interacting with an abstraction layer: as a shorthand for an understanding of what it is going to do on your behalf, or as a black box. There are two ways of interacting with an abstraction layer: as a shorthand for understanding what it is going to do on your behalf, or as a black box. I think engineers are most capable and most effective when abstraction layers serve as shorthand rather than as a black box. Computing is so complex that these interfaces are never perfectly clean and never will be. So to use them as a black box without understanding what happens within them can lead to negative outcomes which compound with the size, complexity, scale of the application. Most people who work with software generally have a sense of this, but to me, there also seems to be something more going on, which is related to the intertwined relationship between engineering and vision. When we see everything as black boxes, it can be difficult to have any vision at all. For instance, sometimes we create abstraction layers that allow people to create things on top of them explicitly without having to understand anything beneath them. We call those platforms. The expectation is that when we create abstraction layers like that, we should see an explosion of creativity, since now people can focus only on creative aspects of what to build rather than the technical aspects of how to build it. This seems obviously true for some endeavors outside of computing. A filmmaker can use a camera to make great films without understanding in detail how to build the camera, and there's probably not much of a predictable relationship between knowledge of how the camera works and the quality of the resulting film. We may be tempted to extrapolate from this into the world of computing and say that by creating something like a game engine, we should expect to see an explosion of creativity in games, because now games makers can focus on the creative aspects of building games without having to understand the technical aspects of how to build a game. In the same way that a filmmaker doesn't have to build a camera. However, I think the problem with metaphors like these is that the camera is not actually an abstraction layer for a film. A story does not simply sit on top of a camera. There is a lot of other really complicated stuff that a filmmaker really does have to understand about filmmaking, that is about making a film that is necessary in order to bring the story to life. When we apply this logic in the realm of computing by creating explicitly black box abstraction layers, I think we actually do see an explosion of more stuff, but there's also often a lot more mediocre stuff. So there's one thing I don't like about this, is that this implies that you have some sense of what's good or what's not, and that other people don't know. I think the judgment aspect here is the point is you build stuff, other people build on top of it, and the freedom really is that people know better than you do. If enough people do stuff, someone's going to create something great out of whatever you create or whatever. Steam releases, critically acclaimed games. So this is basically saying Steam releases have gone up over time. This chart is showing tons of new Steam games released and very few critically acclaimed games year over year. Not much increase. As we've made it easier to build games, we've certainly seen more of them. But the number of highly rated games, in this case as recorded by Metacritic, does not seem to be increasing over time. I mean, that's because our standards increase. So I don't know that this is that good of an argument. Like, clearly the average game made now is substantially better than the average game was made a long time ago. Plus, there's just more availability to create games. So, like in the past, you had to put everything into a game, and now there's maybe more money into it or whatever. But yeah, it's like our standards have increased. So I wouldn't say that this is very representative of the average quality of the game now versus, or the top quality versus back then. To me, in complex ecosystems like computing, there just seems to be some kind of ongoing relationship between deep understanding of how the tools we use to create things function and the quality of creativity of the output as we get a result. I think we can only truly create when we truly understand what we have to create with. When teams become Tupperware, sealed tight and stale inside. Give me a second. When teams become Tupperware, sealed tight and stale inside. Maybe that much is obvious, but I think this applies to all kinds of meta ways the software industry as a whole. For instance, I think many of the dynamics that make a good engineer are also the dynamics that make a good engineering organization. Engineering organizations today have ballooned to huge numbers of people, but these huge engineering organizations don't exactly have a reputation for high velocity output. Some of this is the result of what happens with products at scale. It is just fundamentally faster and easier to iterate, improve, or change a product with 100 users than it is to do the same with a product of 100 million users. However, having seen inside some large engineering organizations, I don't think this explains everything. Yeah, I mean, it's just tough. Like, I understand this perspective of wanting to, like, seeing the issues with an engineering, like a large organization or something, and then wanting to point out the flaws and say, like, things could be better. But it's just always obvious in retrospect. Like, you know, do it yourself. I mean, you may build Signal. I really enjoy using Signal and stuff. It doesn't have that many people using it, you know, and like there are issues with the way Signal is constructed too that are because decisions were made up front based on the skills of the people who built it. And so now you can look back on it retroactive, you know, in hindsight and say, why didn't they do it this way? Or, you know, I mean, they could have saved money if they had done this. So it's just too cheap of a shot, I think. Which is why I'm not a huge fan of this sort of perspective. But, you know, it's a blog post. Most people managing or building engineering teams today have a familiar management philosophy. The general thesis being that hierarchical decision-making, where information flows upwards in the form of reports, summaries, and executive summaries, then flows back downwards in the form of budgets, headcount, and priorities, is too slow. Instead, it is now more common to think that organizations should be composed of autonomous teams, and the function of leadership in an organization like that is to create alignment across all these teams by ensuring that they are pulling in the same direction towards the same vision. These two ways of thinking about organizations, autonomous versus hierarchical, seem really different at first glance. However, in one respect, they are both essentially the same. Vision produces vision, arrow to engineering. Not exactly sure what that means. I think it means you have a vision and you use engineering to produce the vision. Both assume a relative, unidirectional relationship between vision and engineering. The substantial difference is the way execution is organized, but neither leave a lot of room for the bidirectional relationship between engineering and vision to emerge. To exacerbate this, substantial difference is the way execution is organized. but neither leave a lot of room for that bidirectional relationship to emerge. Okay, so he or she, the author is saying that they don't like either approach. To exacerbate this, organizing engineers into silos is very similar to creating abstraction layers for an organization, almost like microservices architecture. Unfortunately, these abstractions are almost always treated as black boxes, both by peer teams and by leadership teams. Much like in software, living in a world of black box abstractions can make it difficult for anyone to have the insights that are necessary for truly excellent outcomes. A thought experiment I like to apply to an engineering organization when considering its efficacy is to imagine that it is Skype at the dawn of mobile. Imagine that you're running Skype, that you have all these people siloed into not autonomous teams, and that you have the foresight to see how important mobile is going to be. So you make sure that everyone is aligned on mobile as the key number one, absolutely existential priority for the organization. Even with everyone aligned, adapting to mobile is a big lift. The existing product is 100% organized at every level around a desktop model. The UX is centered around the concept of being online or offline, which no longer exists in a mobile environment. The communication protocol is a semi-distributed mesh that is dependent on being able to run in the background on a desktop OS, which won't work well at all on mobile devices. The codebase is written in a way that is not deployable on mobile OSs, etc., etc. Clearly, these things need to change. Almost everything needs to change, but the change that every team needs to make is dependent on the change that every other team needs to make. This, I think, has become a bigger issue too with LLMs and how fast you can write code. Is like when I look at Git, like when I'm working on my own code, I just know there's no way I could possibly be as fast in a company because the change, I'm like constantly reorganizing stuff and refactoring stuff, and I would just be breaking so many people's changes. And like, I've had some friends that say, you know, you can have the bots, the AI stuff, auto fix commits, merge commits or whatever, you know, like, I can't think of the word right now. Yeah, fix. Just can't think right now. And so you could have the bots auto fix the commits if there are conflicts. Yeah, conflicts. But that's not going to be perfect. And so like you're still just going to be hindering people's ability to land their own code because they're going to have to double check what the AI is doing, make sure that their code is still safe. And so, yeah, I think that this has become a bigger issue. Large organizations and their ability to use LLMs effectively for rapid development. I think to some degree it requires a rethinking of how you organize teams and organizations, which will happen. It'll just take a little bit of time, but yeah, I think the old engineering practices may not hold up super well. The product vision itself is intertwined and bidirectionally informed from the engineering, but if everyone in the organization sees every other part of the organization as black box abstraction layer, I don't think a change like this is going to happen. While seismic shifts like the mobile revolution may seem rare, I think organizations ill-equipped for radical change are likely underperforming even in stable times. I mean, underperforming relative to what? Relative to the top organizations, and it's like, of course, the average organization is always underperforming relative to the top organizations. So unless you're saying no organization is performing properly, which is like, you know, like a hubris type thing. So I don't know that this statement is saying much. But yeah, if you're a better organization that is able to adapt to change, it just depends. Sometimes you don't need to adapt to change. Sometimes you want to not adapt to change because that can also hurt your organization. So it's tough. I don't think there are any right answers necessarily. Just like with software, where deep understanding is often the basis for discovery, an organization has to truly understand itself to be primed for innovation. When teams operate as impenetrable black boxes, visions become myopic and potential withers. Despite having immense talent, the large engineering organizations of Silicon Valley often structure themselves in ways that isolate expertise. As a result, they're probably sitting on a huge amount of untapped potential, creative and technical ideas that never connect. Fruit Loops and false idols. I've noticed that aspiring entrepreneurs often fixate on studying the current habits of successful entrepreneurs, hoping to mimic their achievements. The problem with this logic is that right now, whether Jeff Bezos starts every day with a cold plunge at 5 a.m. or a bowl of Fruit Loops at 10 a.m., probably has minimal bearing on the outcomes of his companies. If imitation is really the goal, people should probably be looking at what he was doing in 1994, which was probably just working obsessively to the detriment of all else. I think there is a similar fallacy for how we consider engineering organizations. Many of today's best practices have been drawn from long-established internet companies like Google. However, the problem with copying their current practices on the basis of their success is that most of those companies found near invincible business models that basically printed money, and so almost any organizational or management practice developed or selected at random likely would continue to be successful to some degree. Without much in the way of selective pressure, I think that the practices and cultures that have developed at these companies more often reflects optimizations for the benefit of various decision makers rather than optimizations for actually creating something great. The most obvious example being the size of the organizations themselves, which I think is much more often the result of the benefits that accrue to the hiring managers for having more reports than to the actual relationship with capacity, ability, or velocity. I don't know. This has been stated by many people, like the general idea that managers hire more reports, even though they don't need them because it helps them get promoted. The people from those companies became the management hires at new companies, and the people who learned there have become the management hires at other new companies, and eventually we have to come to forget there was any way of doing things before all of this. If you're building a company or an engineering team today, I think the real opportunity lies in understanding that you're not bound by the conventions that have been passed down as standard. The qualities that make a good engineer are often the same ones that create a good engineering organization. Both start with a deep understanding as the basis for innovation, cultivating the curiosity to look inside the black boxes. Both recognize that vision and engineering are often deeply intertwined and mutually informative rather than linear. The magic of both software and software organizations come from those moments where insight into how something worked sparks entirely new ideas about what it would become. Okay. Yeah. I think there's a bunch of ways of looking at this article. The main premise is that it's basically that you should think about your business practices like you think about your engineering, which is kind of like from our first principles to some degree. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that are valuable. The author does use a lot of like I think or I believe, so they coach a lot of the language because there'd be no other reasonable way to do it. But I think my perspective is that it's the article itself is very one-sided, but the blog post itself is very one-sided. But that's that's why you're motivated to write a blog post, is because you have a take that you think is on a particular side. Like, I would say my sense is that the author's not trying to disprove himself in any way, himself or herself, here. So there's a lot of like, just, they do this because this, and no counterpoint, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is a good thing to do for some reason, Yeah, it's a lot of connecting dots. It's a general thing. Do I agree with the take that organizations should... I don't even know what the suggestion is here. Let's see. Like, I don't know what the actionable... That people that work at companies, people that run companies should have a deeper understanding of the other parts of the organization. But if you're running a company, you should tell your employees to have a deeper part of it. I don't really know. Your employees need to get work done. So it's like, when you think about stuff like this, if you're running a company and you're like, hey, all you people, stop treating everyone else like they're a black box. That's going to cost you something. Like, it's not, these things aren't free. That's why, there's trade-offs for every sort of approach. You can see every type of organization and they all have different trade-offs associated with them. Nothing's perfect. I think as a general thing, you want to, you know, make a company that makes a lot of money and hire the best people and let them make decisions. I don't know, that seems to work. But there's also companies that only have a couple people make most of the decisions, and then they just are very clear about what needs to happen within the company. And that works too. So it's just, yeah, you know, there's a bunch of different approaches. They all work. One thing I've thought about more recently is like, because people have such strong opinions about one way to do something or another way to do something. And, you know, like I look outside and there's a bunch of different types of trees, and it's like, they're all very different. They have different ways of surviving, a bunch of different types of plants, you know, they all exist. There's not really a right way to be a plant or a tree. Okay, on to the next one. What was my setup? Am I too bright? Let's see. I think my light is too bright. That's better. Okay, so Signal is introducing secure backups. This has been an issue with Signal for a long time, which has been a problem for me, which is I used to use Android. I had all my messages on Android. On Android, you can back up all your single messages to an encrypted file and then import them on another Android phone. You cannot do that to iOS. They've just never implemented that functionality on iOS. I think because they said it would have to go into iCloud by default, or like that was the only option, would be to write it to iCloud, and they don't trust iCloud to write the encrypted file. I mean, it's just, I don't know why you wouldn't just let users do it, but they literally just wouldn't let you do it. So but I think if you're on an iPhone, your history transfers, which is on iCloud too. So I don't know why they wouldn't just let you back it up to a file. I'm not really sure. But the point is that I was on Android. I basically have to keep an Android phone with Signal on it just so I can keep my history. I would like to be able to transfer it to iOS so I can message people on Signal from my iPhone. Just can't do it, otherwise I lose my history. In the past, if you broke or lost your phone... Okay, what is this? Introducing Signal Secure Backups. In the past, if you broke or lost your phone, your Signal message history was gone. This has been a challenge for people whose most important conversations happen on Signal. Thankfully, family photos, sweet messages, important documents, or anything else you don't want to lose forever. Oh, think family photos, messages, whatever. You don't want to lose forever. This explains why most common feature requests have been backups, a way for people to get Signal messages back even if their phone is lost or damaged. After careful design and development, we are now starting to roll out secure backups, an opt-in feature. This first phase is available in the latest release beta release of Android. This will let us further test this feature in a limited setting before it rolls out to iOS and desktop in the near future. Here we'll outline the basics of secure backups and provide a high-level overview of how they work and how we built a system that allows you to recover your Signal conversations while maintaining the highest bar for privacy and security. Secure Backups 101. Secure Backups lets you save an archive of your Signal conversations in a privacy-preserving form refreshed every day, giving you the ability to restore your chats even if you lose access to your phone. Signal secure backups are opt-in and of course end-to-end encrypted. So if you don't want to create a secure backup archive of your Signal messages and media, you never have to use this feature. Little drop down here. Someone you're chatting with could choose to back up your conversations even if you haven't activated this feature. These chats will continue to be protected in ways that we explain in this post. Yeah, so if the person you're talking to decides to back up their messages and you didn't, your messages are still backed up. So you have some more risk. If you decide to opt into secure backups, you'll be able to securely back up all your text messages. 100 megabytes. Interesting. That's just pretty funny because this is like literally the thing I'm thinking about right now, is how to do group history backup. The free tier includes 100 megabytes of message storage. Messages are compressed and stored in a secure backup archive, and we think 100 megabytes will be large enough for even heavy Signal users. Unless you're sending like a lot of photos and videos and stuff. But they also do heavy compression of photos and videos. In the last 45 days worth of media for free. I see the messages are 100 megabytes, but the media is only 45 days. Yeah, and they're going to charge for more than that. That's the obvious thing to do. Yep. Now they'll maybe be able to make money, because I would pay for that. It's pretty funny though. This is the first time we've offered a paid. So if you want to back up beyond 45 days, they're offering a $2 a month subscription plan. This is the first time we've offered a paid feature. The reason we're doing this is simple. Media requires a lot of storage, and storing and transferring large amounts of data is expensive. As a nonprofit that refuses to collect or sell your data, Signal needs to cover these costs differently than other tech organizations. What do you mean it needs to cover those costs differently? You need to cover them the same way. You have costs, you have to cover them. It's saying they got to do it differently than other organizations, because other organizations can subsidize it with ads or monetizing data. So they can't do that. Other organizations don't have to do it that way. It's just a way they do it. But everyone has to cover their costs. Anatomy of secure backups. Privacy first always. At Signal, our commitment to privacy informs which features we build and the ways that we build them. Using the same zero-knowledge technology that enables Signal groups to work without revealing intimate metadata, backup archives are stored without a direct link to a specific backup payment or Signal user account. Yeah, this is probably done in the same way that I was thinking about for the Groups app, which is that all of the data that's backed up is publicly accessible. So if you want to access it, you could access it from any VPN or anything like that. It just uses your key to decrypt it, but anyone could fetch the data. Specific backup payment. So it'll be interesting to see how they account for a specific backup payment. Yeah, so they create a group of data that's associated with a payment account, I guess. I mean, they must. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see. At the core of secure backups is a 64-character recovery key that is generated on your device. This key is yours and yours alone. It is never shared with Signal servers. Yeah. Anyone can pull down the data. You have the key to encrypt and decrypt it. Your recovery key is the only way to unlock. The only way to unlock your backup when you need to restore access to your messages. Losing it means losing access to your backups permanently, and Signal cannot help you recover it. You can generate a new key if you choose. We strongly recommend storing this key securely, writing it down in a notebook. Good Christ. Yeah, I mean, they want it to be secure, so they give you a 64-character key. You got to write it down in a notebook or in a password manager. It's just funny. Or in a password manager, like, so the password manager has to be secure too. So why require a 64-character code? It's just like I guess we're gonna force you to have a long password, have some level of indirection through a password manager. These choices are part and parcel of Signal's guiding mission. I mean, my feeling with this is why not just do passkeys at that point? If you're gonna tell people to put it in a secure, why not give people the option of using passkeys? These choices are part and parcel of Signal's guiding mission to collect as close to no data as possible and to make sure that any information that is required to make Signal robust and usable cannot be tied back to people who depend on Signal. This is why wherever there's a choice between security and any other objective, we prioritize security. Let's see what these little drop-downs say. Another example, we've also taken extra steps to protect media by encrypting the already encrypted files a second time with a key unique to your backup, adding padding to obscure their true size. So the message itself is encrypted. Yeah, they add padding, so they pad it to like 32 kilobytes or 64 kilobytes or whatever the nearest size is. This prevents malicious actors from comparing encrypted files to identify users who are in the same groups. It is unlikely in the unlikely instance they gain access to backup files. So yeah, if you could see backup files that were exactly the same size across two different groups, I mean, across 2 different users, you would know they're in the same group, right? If 5 people are backing up files and all those files are exactly the same size, if they ever got access to that, they would know that those people were in a group. But supposedly the files aren't tied to you, so I don't know. I don't know how they would associate them with you. Let's see. So they said they've prioritized security. For instance, in a catastrophic failure, could render the most recent daily backup archive unrecoverable until the next backup cycle completes, which should occur within 1 day. While we believe such data loss is highly unlikely, this approach ensures that your message history remains protected even against the most sophisticated threats while smoothly recovering within 24 hours. A catastrophic failure could render the most recent daily backup archive unrecoverable. How does this have to do with prioritizing security? It doesn't explain that. I don't know. Enabling secure backups. If you want to opt into secure backups, you can do so from Signal settings menu. For now, only people running the latest beta version of Signal on Android will be able to opt in, but soon we'll be rolling out this feature across all platforms. Once you've enabled secure backups, your device will automatically create a fresh secure backup archive every day, replacing the previous day's archive. This will be nice. So maybe I can finally move off of Android and onto my iPhone for Signal, which would be amazing. I kind of like not having the main messaging platform I use on my phone, so people can't message me. Like, I can only get messages when I go to my computer. But soon we'll be rolling out this feature, but sometimes you need to be able to message the people when you're on the go. Soon we'll be rolling out this feature across all platforms. Once you've enabled secure backups, your device will automatically create a fresh secure backup archive every day, replacing the previous day's archive. And they've open sourced this storage manager. This repository provides services that are used by Signal Server to manage the contents of object stores the back Signal CDN system. These functions allow the server to delete objects, move objects between different buckets, and list objects. It's so funny. This person does not work on the weekend. Ever. 1 day. Only you can decrypt your backup archive, which will allow you to restore your message database, excluding view once messages and messages scheduled to disappear within the next 24 hours. Because your secure backup archive is refreshed daily, anything you deleted in the past 24 hours, one thing that's kind of interesting is what if someone scheduled a message to be deleted in like 2 weeks? Can you just like keep restoring an old version so that you always have the message? I guess you could. I guess they consider that acceptable, I don't know. Not clear. Because your secure message archive is refreshed daily, anything you deleted in the past 24 hours or any messages set to disappear are removed from the latest daily secure backup archive as you intended. Backing up moving forward. We're excited to introduce secure backups, making sure you can retain access to your Signal messages even when your phone is lost or destroyed. Secure backups aren't the end of the road. The technology that underpins the initial version of secure backups will also serve as a foundation for more secure backup options in the near future. Our future plans include letting you save a secure backup archive to the location of your choosing. So if you wanted to back it to up to your own servers or maybe to your phone, I'm not sure. Alongside features that let you transfer your encrypted message history between Android, iOS, and desktop devices. Yeah, I mean, this feature is like 4 years late. Or a long time. And 6 years late. So does that mean that's not possible right now to transfer with this setup? Let me see if... Let's see. I wonder if they put it in the app already. How do you do that? Count? Nope. Let me try on Android. Let me see if it's not in the beta version anymore. Secure backups. And then what's the next blog post? But yeah, this doesn't actually say anything about how they implemented secure backups, which is pretty funny. As a, I need to stop scoffing. You're annoying me. like, I really want to know how they implemented this, because they say there's no tie to any sort of payment. I can understand how there's no tie to any user, but they must group storage in some capacity to be able to know this storage is associated with these payments. So, yeah, that would have been nice. And it's kind of surprising they don't talk about it, because that's kind of their whole thing is that they don't store stuff, you know, and try to make it secure. So maybe there's an, I think this is the latest one though. The pin in it. This is, nope. Yeah, they haven't talked about it. A couple months ago. 3 months ago? 4 months ago? 3 months ago. Signal recall. What is this? Okay, let me see if I... Yeah, backups is in beta still. Back up your message history so you never lose data. Alright. I'll probably try that today, see if it works. But I don't think they've... Secure backups, Signal, Reddit, iOS. One said the recovery implementation is solid, but they don't say how it works. The privacy implementation is solid. Your recovery key stays on your device only. Signal can't access your backups even if they wanted to. Lose the key, lose the backups forever. So here's my stupid question. If the key stays on your device, how is it helpful to have backups precisely in the case you lose the device? That's a good question. You write the key down, yeah. Nice, very good move to prompt a password manager instead of something like save as text. The only issue I see so far is Bitwarden for Android doesn't recognize it as a valid password manager. Bitwarden works as both a native passkey and, yeah. Right. So I don't think anyone knows how this works, because the blog post does not say how it works. Basically, they can get around having to know who you are. So you have the key, right? If all this secure backup data is basically publicly available, then you don't have to be logged in or anything to pull down your backup data. You just pull down whatever data you want. Although, when you get a new device, it must be associated with the password itself. That would have to be how they'd have to do it. Because if you get a new device, you have your phone number, right? And they don't want to associate your phone number with the specific backups. So they can't associate the phone number with the backups. They can only associate the PIN, the 64-digit PIN password code, with the backup. So that must be how they do it. But and then the PIN must be associated with payments. But they say they don't directly tie the payments to the storage, but I don't see how you don't. They probably have some indirection or something, but at the end of the day, you have to know which payments are associated with the backup data to know which backup data to delete when someone stops paying. There's, yeah, no way around that, really. A synchronized start for linked devices. All right, let's read the next one. Oh, what I was trying to find out was Signal backups arrives on iOS. Cool. I'll have to try this. Maybe I can finally go from Android. In the post you're referring to the problem, there was a guy who was switching to new Android phone, wanted to transfer message history, and decided to YOLO it with week-old backups beta feature and lost their old media. There's no option in iOS that has a recovery key. Why can't I just store an encrypted backup in my iCloud backup or iCloud drive? Yeah. That's what's been asked about for a long time. But supposedly they're maybe going to allow that. And I back up on iOS and restore on Android. Someone else in the thread said they went the other direction without issues. From Android to iOS, which is what I'm trying to do. Right. I'll try that later, see if it works. If it doesn't work, it's not a big deal. You can just not destroy your old phone and you'll still have all your messages. Then you can just transfer the account back. Okay, I want to know about this synchronized start for linked devices. What does this mean? This was January 2025. Transfer message history. With Signal on desktop and iPad, you can link your primary Android or iOS account with another device, letting you check and respond to messages in both places or conduct video meetings and calls from them from the comfort of a bigger screen. With Signal on desktop and iPad, you can link a primary Android or iOS device. Yes, that's what I do right now. I have my Android phone. I link it to my iPad, but I can't do the same thing to my iPhone. Signal's upcoming beta release will introduce the option to transfer your messages and media when you link your primary Signal device to a new desktop or iPad. Okay, yeah, this is not helpful for me. Basically, yeah, it's saying if you want to use your desktop or iPad as a linked device to your primary phone, right now the history doesn't transfer. They added a feature, I guess, last year that you can transfer 45 days of media. There's nothing super interesting for me in here. I mean, 45 days is not very long either. I don't know why. You can't just transfer the whole history to your iPad. Not too interesting to me. Secure backups weren't particularly interesting either because they don't describe how they work. Let's see what else there is on the blog. Nope. Let's see. I don't know if quantum breaking encryption is a thing really worth worrying about right now. The introduction of sparse post-quantum ratchet. The new ratchet enhances the signal protocol's resilience against future quantum computing threats while maintaining our existing security guarantees of forward secrecy and post-compromise security. The Signal protocol is a set of cryptographic specifications that provides end-to-end encryption for private communications exchanged daily by billions of people around the world. After its publication in 2013, the open-source Signal protocol was adopted not only by the Signal application, but also by other major messaging products. Technical information on the Signal protocol can be found, blah, blah, blah. In a previous blog post, we announced the first step towards advancing quantum resistance for the Signal protocol, an upgrade called PQXDH that incorporates quantum-resistant cryptographic secrets when chat sessions are established in order to protect against harvest now, decrypt later attacks that could allow current chat sessions to become compromised if a sufficiently powerful quantum computer is developed in the future. Yeah, that is interesting to think about. That if you do have sort of publicly available encrypted data stored on your servers, or even if they're able to just collect it in transit, that governments may just store all data and try to decrypt it later when there's the ability to, if there's the ability to. It's pretty expensive, but I don't know, maybe governments are willing to pay it. However, the Signal protocol isn't just about protecting, this is also a reason why everyone should use encrypted stuff, because it makes it a lot more expensive to do something like this. However, the Signal protocol isn't just about protecting cryptographic material and keys at the beginning of a new chat or phone call. It's also designed to minimize damage and heal from compromise as the conversation continues. We refer to these security goals as forward secrecy and post-compromise security. Forward secrecy and post-compromise security can be considered mirrors of each other. Forward secrecy protects past messages against future compromise, while PCS, post-compromise security, protects future messages from past compromise. Today, we are happy to announce the next step in advanced quantum resistance for the Signal protocol, an additional regularly advancing post-quantum ratchet called the sparse post-quantum ratchet, or SPQR. On its own, SPQR provides secure messaging that provably achieves these FS and PCS guarantees in a quantum-safe manner. We mix the output of the new ratcheting protocol with Signal's existing double ratchet, in a combination we refer to as the triple ratchet. What does this mean for you as a Signal user? First, when it comes to your experience using the app, nothing changes. Second, because of how we're rolling this out and mixing it in with our existing encryption, eventually all of your conversations will move to this new protocol without needing to take any action. Third, and most importantly, this protects your communication both now and in the event that cryptographically relevant quantum computers eventually become a reality, and it allows us to maintain our existing security guarantees of forward secrecy and post-compromise security as we proactively prepare for that new world. The current state of the Signal protocol. The original Signal ratchet uses hash functions for forward secrecy and a set of elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman (ECDH) secret exchanges for PCS. The hash functions are quantum safe, but elliptic curve cryptography is not. Uses hash functions for forward secrecy and a set of elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman secret exchanges. An example is in order. Our favorite users, Alice and Bob, established a long-term connection and chat regularly. During that session's lifetime, Alice and Bob regularly agree on new ECDH secrets and use them to ratchet their sessions. Me and Ol Mallory records the entire encrypted communication and really wants to know what Alice and Bob are talking about. ECDH secrets and uses them to ratchet their session. The concept of a ratchet is crucial to our current non-quantum FS-PCS protection. In the physical world, a ratchet is a mechanism that allows a gear to rotate forward, but disallows rotation backwards. In the Signal protocol, it takes on a similar role. When Alice and Bob ratchet their session, they replace the set of keys they were using prior with a new set based on both the older secret and a new one they agreed upon. Given access to those new secrets, though, there's no non-quantum way to compute the older secrets. Okay. Given access to those new secrets, by being one way, this ratcheting mechanism provides forward secrecy. So even if you're able to compromise whatever the current secret is for the chat, you're not able to compromise the previous secrets. So you have periods of time where you are updating the secret, and so all your messages can never get compromised in the current state. The ECDH mechanism allows Alice and Bob to generate new, small 32-byte data blobs and attach them to every message. When each party receives a message from the other, they can locally use this data blob to agree on a new shared secret, then use that secret to ratchet their side of the protocol. Crucially, ECDH also allows Alice and Bob to both agree on the new secret without sending that secret itself over their session. And in fact, without sending anything over the session that Mallory could use to determine. Crucially, ECDH also allows Alice and Bob to both agree on the new secret without sending the secret itself over the session. That's some kind of time-based thing. So both sides have the initial secrets. And then once you have that, you both can agree to the new one based on time or something. In fact, without sending anything over the session that Mallory could use to determine. This description of Diffie-Hellman key exchange provides more details on the concept of such a key exchange. I might read that afterwards. And the description of ECDH provides specific details on the variant used by the current Signal protocol. Sometime midway through the lifetime of Alice and Bob's session, Mallory successfully breaches the defenses of both Alice and Bob, gaining access to all the current secrets used for their session at the time of the request. Alice and Bob should have the benefits of forward secrecy. They've ratcheted sometime recently before the compromise, so no messages earlier than their last ratchet are accessible to Mallory, since ratcheting isn't reversible. They also retain the benefits of post-compromise security. They're ratcheting after Mallory's secret access agrees upon new keys. They can't be gleaned just from the captured data they pass between each other, resecuring the session. Okay, so they both have a local key that's used for the ratcheting. So even if Mallory is able to gain access to the key used to encrypt the messages, there's a separate key on each person's device that's never transferred that allows them to ratchet again. So you can, even if you break the encryption on the messages, you only have a time-boxed window of messages that you can see. Should Mallory have access to a quantum computer, though, things aren't so simple, because elliptic curve cryptography is not quantum resistant. It's possible that Mallory could glean access to the secret that Alice and Bob agreed upon, just by looking at the communication between them. It's possible that Mallory could glean access to the secret that Alice and Bob agreed upon, just by looking at the communication between them. Given this, Alice and Bob's session will never heal. Mallory's access to their network traffic from this point forward will allow her to decrypt all future communications. I guess the idea is that you could guess the correct secret. So if you have the encryption secret, you could maybe figure out what the local secret is. The local secrets. Mixing in quantum security. In order to make our security guarantees stand up to quantum attacks, we need to mix in secrets generated from quantum secure algorithms. In PQXDH, we did this by performing an additional round of key agreement during the session initial handshake, then mixing the resulting shared secret into the initial secret material used to create signal sessions. To handle FS and PCS, we need to do continuous key agreement, where over the lifetime of a session, we keep generating new shared keys, shared secrets, and mixing those keys into our encryption keys. To handle forward security and PCS, we need to do continuous key agreement, where over the lifetime of a session, we keep generating new shared secrets. And I guess those... I guess that has to be done locally. So instead of having a static secret that you keep ratcheting with, you have to have a dynamic secret that you keep ratcheting with, and you both have to agree to how that dynamic secret works. Something like that. Luckily, there is a tool designed for this purpose, the Quantum Secure Key Encapsulation Mechanism. KEMs, KEMs share similar behavior to the Diffie-Hellman mechanisms we described earlier, where two clients provide each other with information, eventually deciding on a shared secret, without anyone who intercepts their communications being able to access that secret. KEMs are similar to Diffie-Hellman, where two clients provide each other with information, eventually deciding on a shared secret, without anyone who intercepts the communication being able to access that secret. However, there's one important distinction for KEMs. They require ordered asymmetric messages to be passed between their clients. In ECDH, both clients send the other some public parameters, and both combine these parameters with their local held secret and come up with an identical shared secret. In the standardized ML KEM, key encapsulation mechanism, though, in the standardized ML KEM key encapsulation mechanism, though, the initiating client generates a pair of encapsulation key and decapsulation key and sends the encapsulation key. The receiving client receives it, generates a secret, and wraps it into a ciphertext with that key. The initiating client receives the ciphertext and decapsulates it with the previously generated decapsulation key. In the end, both clients have access to the new shared secret, just through slightly different means. I don't understand. It's over my head. This is not, I think it's not explained super simply either. There's like a high level thing that's happening, and then there's the details of what's happening. Like, it's kind of mixing both explanations here. Wanting to integrate this quantum secure key sharing into Signal, we could take a simple naive approach for each session. When Alice initiates a session with Bob, wanting to integrate this quantum secure key sharing into Signal, we could take a simple naive approach for each session. When Alice initiates a session with Bob, Alice, with every message she sends an encapsulation key, a public key. Bob, with every message he receives, generates a secret and a CT, and sends the CT back. Alice, on receiving a CT, extracts the secret with her public key and mixes it in. This initially simple-looking approach, though, quickly runs into a number of issues we'll need to address to make our protocol actually robust. First, encapsulation keys and CTs are large, over 1,000 bytes, each for ML-Chem 768. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea here, I guess, is you just increase the difficulty of guessing substantially. You go from 32 bytes to 1,000 bytes. A lot more guessing you have to do. Your quantum computer is going to have to be pretty good. Compared to the 32 bytes required for ECDH. Second, while this protocol works well when both clients are online, what happens when a client is offline? Or a message is dropped or reordered? Or Alice wants to send 10 messages? Or Bob wants to send 1? Second, while this protocol works well when both clients are online, what happens when a client is offline? Or a message is dropped or reordered? Or Alice wants to send 10 messages before Bob wants to send 1? Some of these problems have well-understood solutions, but others have trade-offs that shine in certain circumstances but fall short in others. I'm only a quarter of the way through this article right now. This is so long. A funny thing is, like, so Signal does all this work on post-quantum encryption stuff. I wonder what happens first. Signal doesn't exist, or quantum encryption, or quantum computing works. So it's the year 2026. How many years is Signal going to be around from now? 20? 30? 10? I have no idea, but it'd be interesting if Signal is still around in 100 years or not. And like, our quantum computer is going to be around in 100 years? Maybe. Possible. I mean, the quantum computing people would tell you they'll be here in 3 years, but yeah. It'll just be interesting if we're 25 years from now and quantum computing still hasn't happened and Signal spent all this time on post-quantum encryption stuff. Yeah, not something I'm going to worry about right now. I don't need to be on the cutting edge of this. This is one of those things where it's like, you just wait and see what happens, because you could put a lot of work in worrying about something that may never actually happen. Okay, I think I'm done reading about quantum ratcheting. I get a rough sense of what they're talking about here. Diffie-Hellman key exchange is a mathematical method of securely generating a symmetric cryptographic key over a public channel, one of the first protocols as conceived by Ralph Merkle and named after Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman. DH is one of the earliest practical examples of public key exchange implemented with the field of cryptography. Published in 1976 by Diffie and Hellman, this is the earliest known work that proposed the idea of private key and corresponding public key. Alice and Bob agree on public parameters. P equals 23, G equals 5. Alice combines her secret key A with the parameters and sends the resulting public key to Bob. Bob combines his secret key with the parameters and sends the resulting public key to Alice. Alice combines B, Bob's, with her secret key A. Bob combines his A with secret key Bob. Alice and Bob have a shared secret. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Basically, you run your key. You have some shared secret. You run your key through it. You send it to the person. They run their key through it, and then they have a value, and then the other person does the same. Basically, when you run both your private keys through the value to get the secret, you end up both having the secret, and you've never shared the secret itself. you've never shared either of your private keys and you've never shared the secret. That's cool. I think I'm done reading Signal blog posts. Close. Now, I think I'm going to support passkeys. Let me open up a Google Doc. Support passkeys for login. Possibly allow email back. So support passkeys for login. Allow email backup for login, but passkey or phrase required for backup restoring. That way, if someone was able to get access to your email, they couldn't see any of your old messages. They just disconnect. All online. Yeah. Starlink disconnected me. Let's see. Just in case I need it. Okay. So I want to support passkeys for login, allow email backup for login, but passkey or phrase required for backup restoring. So even if someone got access to your email, they could log in and see what groups you were in and pretend to be you, but they couldn't get your messages. I need to think about possibility messages and just allowing other members to resend. So think about the possibility. So instead of storing all of the encrypted data on my servers, I could just do what WhatsApp is starting to do, which is allow other users in the group, like if you get a new phone or you log in on desktop or something like that. Let me think. Yeah, so Signal, you can only have it on one device, and then they have this concept of linked devices, which is kind of like a separate setup. I don't know why you wouldn't just allow someone to have multiple public keys, so that when they're logged in on, say, the desktop, or they're logged in on their phone, those would just be completely separate keys that they're using to encrypt their messages. I guess it makes rotation harder, because now you're having to rotate all of the keys for every device they're logged into. So I think when you like link your iPad to your phone for Signal, I think I'm almost certain you're using the same public key to talk to the other members, the other people you're talking to. Why is this saying that about the possibility? Yep. So because of that, you have sort of like a primary device, and then everything else is a secondary. So you could imagine that to log into web, you actually need to use your phone, or the web could be your primary device and your phone could be linked to the web. All of them have to share the same primary key. Let's say you wanted to install something like Signal on 2 phones, 2 iPhones, and they wanted to use the same primary key. Signal doesn't let you do that today. I'm not really sure why. Ask Claude. Today, you can do a linked device to your main Signal phone. So if I have an iPhone, I can link my iPad. I presume you use the same public keys when talking to people through either device. Now, why wouldn't Signal let you have an arbitrary number of phones, say 2 iPhones or an Android phone and an iPhone, on the same Signal account using the same keys? Let's see what Claude comes up with. Oh, my usage is going to get reset in 15 minutes too. I could do some real work again. But also I'm not doing front end, so real work is... I'm unlikely to use my full usage for the week. This is a great question that gets at something interesting. So it's some interesting architectural decisions in Signal's design. First, a clarification on how linked devices actually work. Linked devices don't actually share the same keys. Each device has its own identity key pair and session keys. When someone sends you a message, their client fetches pre-keys for all your registered devices and encrypts the message separately for... Oh, so it does do it that way. Huh. I mean, maybe. Assuming Claude's not lying to me. That meant if you were like logged in on 10 devices, the other person would have to encrypt their message to 10 different devices. And when you rotated the keys, you'd have to rotate for each device. I guess the benefit there is if one device gets compromised, you can shut that device off. So like in Signal, you can unlink your iPad. If you unlink your iPad, like if someone got access to your iPad, you could unlink it and then they wouldn't be able to get any new messages. That's why you would want to have separate keys. If you use the same keys, you'd have to rotate the key on your current device and any other devices you had linked still. It still seems better to me, probably, but not sure. Why not allow multiple phones? Several reasons likely factor in. The primary phone serves as the root of trust for the account. Linked devices derive their authorization from it. If you had multiple co-equal phones, you'd need a different model for which device can authorize new devices and which can revoke others. Signal accounts are tied to phone numbers, and verification flow assumes one device owns that number. Multiple phones would either need to share that verification or require a different account model entirely. Safety number complexity. When you add devices, the safety number your contacts see can change. Multiple phones constantly being added or removed could create verification fatigue or confusion. Attack surface. A compromised phone is already bad, but at least there's only one. Multiple co-equal phones means multiple points where an attacker could potentially authorize rogue IC. Yeah, so if you had it on 2 phones, now you have 2 phones that can authorize new devices. And you wouldn't be able to revoke the other one, potentially. Or they could revoke yours. So yeah, you need a primary device. I think you have to have a primary device. So I assume the reason you can't share keys is because then those devices would be perceived as the same authorization level. You could have a separate key for that was different than how messages were sent. You could, in principle, separate authorization keys from message encryption keys. The authorization hierarchy isn't the fundamental blocker. The real problem is ratchet synchronization. That's what I just read about. Signal uses the double ratchet protocol, which means encryption keys are constantly evolving. Every message advances the state. If two devices share the same message keys, they need to keep their ratchet state perfectly synchronized. Device A receives a message. Ratchet advances. Device B needs to know the new state before it can decrypt the next message. If device B sends a message before syncing, it advances the ratchet differently. I see. You'd need real-time sync. Every send-receive would require coordinating with all other devices before proceeding. Because ratcheting basically requires that the messages that to ratchet forward, you need to have exactly the same sequence of messages, which you can do. I don't know if you'd need real-time sync necessarily. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to send a message from your iPad or the desktop until you had received the synced message from your phone. You'd have to basically block that, and you wouldn't know to block it because you wouldn't know that there was a message yet, so you would try to send another one and now you'd be in a messed up state. Yep. I agree. This is a problem. The fan-out model means that if users have, say, 5 devices and you need to rotate keys, like say when a member leaves a group, then you not only have n keys for the number of members in the group, and you need to do members in the group, but you also have m devices per member, and you have n times n squared key rotations. Is that right? It's kind of crazy. Think, Claude, think. It's funny because, like, so I'm asking Claude this question. I don't know what the answer to the question is, but like I could imagine getting an interview question like this. It's just funny, like, not really what you should be interviewing for these days. Probably be interviewing for the ability to understand, like, broad stuff. Deep stuff is fine too, but the exact complexity depends on which protocol we're talking about. With pairwise double ratchet, old signal groups, every message to a group N. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. Sender keys. Yeah, I'm talking about sender keys when a member is removed. Signal improves. Each member has a sender key encrypts once everyone decrypts. But here's the catch. You still need to distribute your sender keys to everyone via pairwise. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Encrypted messages. All on member leave, all n-1 remaining members must rotate their sender keys. Each member distributes their new keys to n-2 times m other devices. Oh yeah, because yeah, that makes sense. Because you don't need to distribute your key to yourself, to your other devices. You only need to distribute it to the other members, not to your own devices. But still, it's a lot of keys. If sender keys are per device, not per member, it's worse. N-1 times M devices. Each distributing to N-2 times M devices. I guess you actually do need your own sender keys, because otherwise the messages you received from your other devices, you wouldn't be able to read your own messages. So yeah, you actually do need to distribute it to your own devices. So yes, we're looking at O of N squared times M squared. That's what I said. Yep. In the worst case for a full rotation. The signal amortizes this with lazy distribution. Yeah. It's crazy. Actually crazy. It's like if you had I think signal limits groups to 1,000 people in the group. If every person in that group had, say, like an iPad and like a desktop account linked, it's an insane amount of keys that have to be rotated if someone leaves the group. And presumably when you have a 1,000-person group, you have people leaving more often than, say, like a 10-person group. Pretty interesting. I would guess if you were to look at Signal's data on, I guess Signal doesn't even know, but if they could know, I would guess that almost all of their costs are associated with very large groups. It's like a single very large group is going to scale. It's going to scale the same way, but it's going to be a huge cost for them. Like you could literally cost Signal money by making a 1,000-person group, and they wouldn't even know that there was a 1,000-person group. The real solution, MLS, messaging layer. Actually, this makes me wonder now. If you were a government and you didn't like Signal, you would maybe do that. You would maybe create a 1,000-person group just to fuck with Signal, to make their costs higher. And they wouldn't do anything about it? Or ask that. Let me ask Claude what they think about this. Yeah, and so they're saying to do MLS, which is one of the things I already considered. There's two new algorithms, MLS and TreeChem. Yeah, TreeChem. I guess MLS uses TreeChem, so MLS is the protocol. Member removal becomes O log of N times M instead of quadratic. So I think you like increase your cost of sending messages a little bit, but you decrease this like huge cost when a member leaves. Your intuition is correct. Fan out plus key rotation is where architecture starts to strain. It seems like if you were a malicious actor, you could cause a lot of issues for Signal by creating 1,000-person groups and sending messages, removing members, having a bunch of devices. Signal has some mitigations. Create a 1,000-person group. Each member has 5 linked devices, 5,000 device endpoints. Churn membership rapidly. Force constant sender key rotations. The attacker's cost is relatively low, but they impose O of N squared times M squared on everyone else. This is an asymmetric amplification attack on compute and bandwidth. Mitigation. Signal likely employs rate limiting. Group membership changes are probably throttled server side. That makes sense. You could make it... Well... Throttled how? Oh, because there's a single representation for the group that gets written to. But I don't think Signal knows how many members are in the group. I guess they must know how many members are in the group. Yeah, they just don't know who's in it. Interesting. I thought group membership in Signal was encrypted, hidden. They must have some way of knowing group size to limit number of group members. as well. They wouldn't need to know it to apply rate limits. Lazy sender key distribution. Keys only distributed when you actually send. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Creating 1,000 accounts requires 1,000 phone numbers. Yeah, that's not a big cost. State actor. For government, they can get 1,000 phone numbers. Not a problem. Distributed cost. The server doesn't do the crypto, clients do. So you're DOSing other users' battery and bandwidth, not Signal's infrastructure directly. Yeah, so you have to deal with the cost of the actual decryption or whatever, but you're right. A well-resourced attacker could cause significant pain. This is partly why MLS adoption matters for scalability. Signal has been cautious about raising group limits. The trade-off between federation openness and abuse resistance is hard. It's a known class of problems in end-to-end systems. You can't just throw more servers at it since the crypto burden is on endpoints. I thought group membership, so I said I thought group membership in Signal was encrypted or hidden. They must know the size limits. You've caught a real tension with Signal's design claims. What Signal says is hidden: group membership list, group metadata, who sent a message. But the server still sees message delivery targets. When you send a group message, someone has to route it to 1,000 recipients. Rough group sizes, and I know they can infer the group size, but the whole point was that they're not supposed to do that. They could do that, I understand, but... So hidden really means the server doesn't have... But it can absolutely observe this blob gets delivered to 1,000 user IDs every time someone messages. Server counts delivery targets. Even without knowing it's a group, the server can say we won't deliver a single message to more than 1,000 endpoints. That makes sense. So on the client, you basically... On the client, you say you can only add up to 1,000 people. If they try to bypass that, on the server, you just say, we're not going to let you send messages to more than 1,000 people. Client side only. The limit might only be enforced in the official client, meaning a modified client can bypass it. But yeah, on the server, you could limit how many messages you can send. Theoretically, you could use something like a ZK proof that group size is less than the limit without revealing numbers, but I doubt Signal does this. The privacy claim and enforcement mechanism are intention. The honest answer is probably that the server sees more than the marketing implies. Alright. Interesting stuff. So, I want to support passkeys for login. I need to think about the possibility of not storing messages and content and just allowing other members to resend. So if I don't store the group messages, and I instead do what WhatsApp does, someone in the group would have to retransmit the history. And WhatsApp is basically, yeah, it's... So what you would do is you would prompt everyone in the group, potentially, that the person wanted to add a new device. And if they wanted to agree to transmit the old history. Would you only need one person to do it? But the thing is that that person doesn't know what you're allowed to see or not allowed to see. That was kind of the point of keeping all of the keys associated with your account on the server. So when you fetch the data from the server, I know what you can see and what you can't see. Although, yeah, the users could send you all the data, and you're only able to decrypt what you're able to decrypt based on your keys. So you don't need to store all the data on the server. The users would have to re-encrypt it though. The clients would have to re-encrypt it and send it to you, which is not cheap. And they don't even have access to the other user's keys, is the problem. So every user would have to send their own history to you for you to get the history back. Yeah, I think it's better to just have it on the server. It's not viable. Do it the other way, really. It's not too bad for like one-on-one messages, like what WhatsApp does, because there's only one other person. So like they've encrypted all their own messages, so they could re-encrypt it and send it to you. That's totally fine. But in a group, you have like 5 or 10 people, and so to get the history, you would actually have to have those people all be online and agree to re-encrypt their history and give it to you. If it's just on the server that you already have the encrypted thing, you don't need to re-encrypt it again. You've just stored it encrypted. So, all right. So yeah, this is not going to happen. Resending messages to other members. So I think I have a good plan. A good general sense of how this is going to have to work for encryption. I wonder how long it would take me. Like, it'd be interesting to just estimate how long would it take me to build this without encrypting anything, like most services, like Facebook or anything else. I would guess to finish this, if I put 50 hours in, and that was about a week, to really get this working without encryption, I think it would take me a month. Well, like to the point where I would feel comfortable with people using it. So about 4 weeks to actually get everything hooked up, working well, fix all the little issues. Maybe plus, maybe 4 to 8 weeks if I wanted to like take my time and really make sure it was good. So 1 to 2 months. If I had to get it done, I think I could do it in a month. If I was assuming I could keep the same pace that I built the front end with. So with encryption, it's sort of a whole different ballgame, where I can't even estimate it because I don't know how hard it is to actually do in practice. With the LLMs, I think it's possible. And if I could get it done in 6 months, I'd be pretty happy with that. Because like if a fully end-to-end encrypted groups app could exist in say 6 months to a year, like that's just going to have value for a very long time afterwards. So yeah, I think I'm okay with that, but 6 months to a year is a long time. Well, and maybe it's faster, I have no idea, but that would be my guess. It's like a ultra marathon. I would say doing the standard version of this for me is probably about like a normal marathon in terms of like effort. A month. It's a lot of work, but yeah, just not having any idea, guesstimating that at about 6 months, it's a really long time. Well, I guess I gotta get started. Time to start coding again. My thing should reset. Yeah, it just reset, so now I have full access to my limit, hopefully. And I can start doing some interesting stuff. Need to think of a better word to use than interesting. I think I'm saying it too much. Yep, fully reset. Nice. Okay. What's kind of nice is Signal also has a lot of their stuff open source. So I can potentially use some of that. It's just Signal is also using these older protocols from 2013 that work, but you have those issues with. If you want to have groups that are on the order of 1,000 people, 10,000 people, and each person could have, say, like 4 or 5 devices, it's kind of a problem with Signal. Okay, I don't need this open anymore. I think the investigation's been pretty good. So 2 days of like, maybe day and a half, kind of investigating how Signal works, what my different options are, where I want to make trade-offs. Was this green always this dark? In dark mode, I guess so. I feel like these colors lost saturation. Now they just changed color again. Huh. That's weird. Were they always that color? Maybe they're transparent there and I never noticed. Let's see. I feel like this color is not the same color as it was. Group color is this 0.58, 0.1, 145. 0.58, 0.1, 145. 0.58, 0.1, 1. Yeah, it's the same. How is that? Oh, this might have opacity. Let me see. Have opacity? Nope. Why is it text decoration color? Why does it look so much darker? Color. Nope. Nope. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's not using the color here. I see. Okay. 30%. Let's do 100%. Why is it transparent? %? Kind of hard to read the text. It would have to be white. This is like something Claude just decided to do on its own and I never noticed. Font color, let's just say white for a second. White. Yeah, I like that better. That looks nicer. Let me fix that. Where's my code? Code. This is the post card. And then there's a header. It's called a card header. Post header. And we have group. And group is a group badge. Group color. Yep, here 70%. And the color should be text primary. Oh. That does not fix it. Something weird is going on. The rendering here. Thanks. Profile hero, hero gradients. On refresh, all the colors are light because I see it's using the light mode colors. I see. Okay, I can fix that. At group badge at avatar. It seems like And then I gotta do at agents.md. It seems like these are both not respecting the what is it called? Data theme properly, because when I refresh the page and it loads the SSG and then hydrates, the background colors, background and text colors, not just the background colors are from the ones from the theme, and I have dark. So if I change away from the page and come back, then the colors are correct. Little stuff like that drives me so nuts, because if you show anyone the website, they'll see that, like, color being off, and like, just people will kind of judge the worst thing that they see, and they'll apply that to the entire platform. They do that for people, do that often for other people too. They'll judge people based on like the worst thing that they can see about them instead of like the best thing about them. So you got to fix all those little things. Let me investigate how use adjusted color works and understand the root cause. I think Claude got stuck. I wonder if they reset everyone at the same time. The usage at the same time, which would not be a good idea to do, but I wonder if that's how it works or not. Because you can imagine that they get a ton of load Thursday afternoon if that's when they reset everyone. Ideally, they stagger everyone, so everyone resets at different times. I'm gonna go grab a snack. Okay. Man, this thing is so slow. Now I have a complete picture of the problem. How many tokens have we used just for this question? Let's see. I've been muted for... I muted myself at some point. Let's see. Looks like I just muted myself when I left. Now I understand the full. What is going on right now? Why is it so slow?
Permission requested. Answer question about scope of CSS variable fix. Permission requested. Run exit plan mode.
Get color from use adjusted color returns a color that depends on runtime is dark state used in inline style attributes. During pre-rendering, returns light. So all pre-rendered inline styles bake in light. Page loads in dark modes, Panda CSS dark selectors activate correctly, but inline style attributes retain light mode value. So both light and dark color values. So both light and dark color values is CSS custom properties on each element. Set both. This makes colors work via CSS instantly. Get color pair. What is false and true? Requires accessing settings. Light and dark. All helpers produce boilerplate across all files. Name. Update all places. Set CSS variables via getColor and inline styles to use getColor pair plus themed variable. Wait, why don't? Don't things like work because their CSS variables change depending on light dark mode? Don't we just need more of those?
Permission requested. Run exit plan mode.
What just happened?
Permission requested. Run exit plan mode for happy groups.
You good, Pep? Good? Good? No, you're not good. Alright. The browser picks the right role instantly based on data theme Node.js needed. The reason we can't just add more semantic tokens for group avatar colors is that, oh, they're dynamic per entity. That's right. Each user has a different avatar, and on top of that, user accent adjustments. Replace inline background color with avatar BG dark. Set group color light plus group color dark. It is dark with fair. Themed CSS var. Returns panda CSS value. Event color. Locations. At agent. What is she barking at? How you doing, Miss Pup? How you doing?
Ooh.
After this, I'm gonna go ahead and get an Elixir server set up. It'd be nice to just get something simple. Connected to the client, so if I could get a server running, get like Phoenix Websockets working, it'd be pretty sweet. Just to show something from the server. Hey girl. What are you gonna going on here? Oh, heavy. And Scooby.
Permission requested. Command to check usage of getColor in target files.
Want to run a bash command.
Permission requested. Read lines 100-160 of profile dropdown, TSX file. Permission requested. Command to read use-adjusted color hook in Happy Groups app.
Well, the color is not working at all now. No, not for that.
Permission requested. Command to read themed var utility definition. Permission requested. Command to read profile dropdown, TSX imports and top section. Permission requested. Command to replace getColor with getColor pair in all specified files. Permission requested. Update profile dropdown styles in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Command to verify styles file changes in profile dropdown, styles, TS.
This is taking forever. It's kind of like fix. It's not a huge fan of it. We're doing so much stuff
Permission
to
requested. Update profile dropdown,
get colors
TSX
to
file.
work correctly with CSS properties, so that when you do static rendering and then the
Permission
duration, it
requested.
looks nice.
Command to check
I don't
inline
really
style
know
block
how
in
much
profile
static
dropdown
rendering I'm
component.
going to be doing of these pages. I'm adding a lot of complexity to the code for coloring stuff, just for the case where you want to
Permission
statically
requested.
render things.
Command to replace
And it
inline
doesn't
background
really
color
feel
with
worth it
themed var
necessarily,
pattern in
but
profile dropdown, TSX file.
maybe I'll want to statically render more pages. Seems like this. So now the colors are correct. When you refresh the page, they don't end up wrong. If I were to even disable JavaScript now.
Permission requested. Command to check for remaining getColor references in the Kiwi app.
Well, I guess there's no JavaScript, so it always renders light in that case. But at least there's no flashing, so this renders pretty fast, and then there's no flashing. With the previous setup, there would have been flashing. One remaining get color.
Permission requested. Command to build happy groups and check for compilation errors.
This takes so long to fix.
Permission requested. Run lint on happy groups. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting issues. Permission requested. Run ease lint on happy groups. Permission requested. Command to run full lint suite. I ran the lint suite, fixed formatting with prettier, and confirmed ease lint passed with no errors. I explained that the original getColor function baked light mode colors during pre-rendering and introduced a new approach using CSS custom properties for both light and dark themes, adding a getColorPair function, and themed var utilities in TypeScript and TypeScript JSX files, and updating dozens of components and style definitions to use these variables. All tasks completed, and the build succeeded.
That took 2% of my usage. So if I wanted to do that 50 times, I'd be done for the week. It took about 30 minutes to do that change. 10 minutes of planning and 20 minutes of doing it.
I explained that the core idea of using CSS custom properties with dark selectors works well and keeps backward compatibility for avatar and nav item, and that themed var reduces boilerplate at call sites. I raised concerns that themed CSS var is fragile with Panda CSS static extraction, that user accent adjustments still flash because they load from local storage after hydration, that setting 2 custom properties per element adds noise, and that the color pair type should live in a shared types file. I suggested inlining the themed CSS var usage, moving the color pair type to a common types module, and possibly setting color pair variables on a shared ancestor to reduce repetition.
The theme CSS variant Panda CSS extraction. Panda CSS extracts styles via AST analysis of build time. A function call like background, not a plain object literal. It relies on Panda being able to trace to the import and evaluate it. The build passes today, but this is fragile. Panda's changes or the function gets more complex, it could silently break. Inline base. Elsewhere is safer because it's statically. I'd consider inlining that one. Use color adjustments. Get color pair reads. One, go ahead and do that and remove. Also, you don't need backwards. Make some tasks to only accept color. Or maybe the component should accept string and use color pair. Well, we don't have to. The color adjustments are dev only thing. Maybe we should rename Double this CSS. Every element now sets 2 vars instead of 1. The color pair type lives in a hook. Music stopped. Oh, lateness. I broke something. Oops. Oops. Break. Happens when you write code yourself. Date of accent adjustment. What did I do? I think I just had it. Oh, no. 76, huh? 176. Not read property. Lateness. Accent. Hmm. Let's do this in another chat. Clear. Not sure. renamed accent custom. You mean if I want to paste? Paste it because I want to paste. Now update all colors, avatar colors. Need what did it end up saying about whether this approach?
I explained that the bug occurs because the legacy migration only handled the very old format where lightness was directly on parse light, leaving dev accent adjustments undefined when local storage contains the intermediate format with accent adjustments. I updated the color settings context TypeScript file to add migration handling for the old accent adjustments key and to defensively ensure theme overrides. And dev accent adjustments exist on each mode, so settings equal no longer crashes on undefined values.
Gotcha. That was because I had local state. I wanted to see what it said about this. Good feedback. Let me implement all 3 changes. First, remove theme CSS fair. Yep. Inline usage. Now update avatar and nav item to accept color variant and compute color pair internally. That'll be cleaner.
Permission requested. Update post header TSX file. Permission requested. Update conversation panel TSX file. Permission requested. Update right sidebar TSX file. Permission requested. Update header TSX file.
Jeez.
Permission requested. Update threaded comment section TSX file. Permission requested. Update comment thread TSX file.
I use so much.
Permission requested. Update comment reply input TSX
So many
file.
tokens to do this stupid little thing.
Permission requested. Update compose box TSX file. Permission requested. Update profile group badge TSX file. Permission requested. Update photo post page TSX file.
Yes,
Permission
you have
requested.
permission.
Update messages page TSX file. Permission
I
requested.
gotta stop
Update
the
profile dropdown TSX
text to
file.
speech until this is done. It's too much. Alright, now I can enable text to speech again. One thing with all these changes is I haven't really... They're all like temporary commits. And the changes are so big now. I don't know that I'll ever really be able to make the history good because of how big the changes are. Now all the changes should be much more incremental. Oh. So to set up Elixir, let's see.
Permission requested. Command to run full lint suite.
And we're getting compacted.
Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting in 4 source files. Permission requested. Command to run full lint check. I fixed prettier formatting in 4 TypeScript JSX files, ran the full lint, prettier, and ease lint, and verified the production build succeeds. I completed the themed inline styles implementation by adding a getColorPair function to the use-adjusted color hook, creating a themed var utility to set light and dark CSS custom properties, updating avatar and navitem components to accept color variant directly, revising all CSS variable reads and sets to use light and dark variants, removing the fragile themed CSS var, and switching development pages to use palette entries instead of hard-coded OKLCH strings.
So if I inspect all these now, they probably all have their own CSS variables on every single one. Yeah, it's not ideal. These all get redefined for every single post and stuff. The way to do this would be to hoist these definitions out. So you only have to define them once, but for users it's a little bit hard. It would be easier for groups, because for groups you have like every single time one of these is defined. But I'll deal with that if it becomes an issue. And -m. Refactor group avatar value is like let's try it. App happy groups. So now I'm going to set up an Elixir server. Do I just like call it the happy group server? The main server that just kind of handles all ingress? Do I put it with happy groups? What if I need to have other services one day? Do those all go to happy groups? Right now, happy groups is a basically just a React app, the folder. If I wanted to, I could put that all in like web. I could put everything in happy groups into web. And then I could make a backend. It's just My understanding is that Facebook, that backend server, kind of the original main one, was called www. It's called www. So, I mean, that's essentially what I want. I don't want to set up like microservices or anything right now. It's just I gotta think about what I want to name this thing. It'll last a while. Okay. This is done. Dub. Let me ask Claude. So I have an app, Happy Groups. Right now, I just have front end, and it's in the Happy Groups folder. I'm going to set up a new Elixir server, which will handle most all of the traffic for the foreseeable future. I'm going to set up a new Elixir server which will handle most or all of the traffic for the foreseeable future. I'm wondering what to name this thing. Where to put it in my monorepo. Right now I have I know Facebook eventually named their main server www. I guess it was always that, but what everyone knew it as. They added servers and stuff. What do you think I should do here? I'm mainly thinking about naming and organization so that things are clear down the road. API, if it's primarily serving API endpoints, server or core. So it's going to be e2ee. I presume it will have some endpoints. It's not your normal API. think the only thing with relay is that there will probably be some APIs, like I expect. Have a mix of auth, passkeys sessions, key exchange, group membership invites. Simple, boring scales. Okay, I'm fine with that. Groups. Web. All of this goes into web. Folder. Public break. CD app. Web. Workspace. Copy groups. Yeah, that's fine. Becomes happygroups.web infra. This becomes Q research happy group web infra. This becomes web. Do. Okay. Apps. Groups. Web. 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 Seriously, I still... Did I not save? not resolve panda CSS dev. Clear and moved everything from appy groups to app web.
I removed the prepare script from the package.json file and then ran pnpm install, which completed cleanly. I explained that the prepare hook was causing panda cogn to run before dependency linking was finished, and that keeping cogn only in the dev and build scripts resolves the issue.
When was the prepare script? npm install work. This groups.web. It's good.
Permission requested. Command to check at React router / dev version and export. Permission requested. Command to list dependencies for the web package. Permission requested. Command to check at React router / dev exports field.
Do Elixir projects have me? Right now, the package. Um, we want to set up an Elixir server for we want this similar sort of pattern. Doing this. Let's get really quick. Let me explore the existing patterns. Now we'll set up an Elixir server here. Alright, so we'll set up an Elixir server for this. I don't know what we'll show first. I need to get Phoenix hooked up to this app. And I'll probably use their Phoenix Elixir Websocket. Phoenix channels. That'll be pretty cool. It's interesting with Signal how you can't log into a website. I'm gonna ask about this actually. With Signal, there's no website to log in. I assume this is because every login session has separate keys. Every browser essentially be a new device. WhatsApp allows this though. Maybe they don't. Would mean I'd have to convert this thing into a desktop app. Which means I should probably do the app first. Even though I've done all of the front end for web. You're on the right track, but there's quite a bit of nuance. Signal actually does have desktop web clients. Signal desktop exists. Yeah, I know that. You're correct about the key architecture. Each device. Yeah, I said they have a desktop. I guess I didn't say that. But WhatsApp does allow web desktop access, but interestingly, it now works similarly under the hood. WhatsApp moved to a multi-device architecture. Originally, WhatsApp web was just a mirror that relayed everything through your phone, had to stay connected. Now each linked device, including browsers. It's just Signal doesn't allow that. Signal doesn't allow you to use the browser. They make you download an app, which kind of sucks. WhatsApp makes linking a browser feel seamless. Scan a QR code and you're in. Yeah, it becomes a secondary device. Signal treats device linking as more deliberate security decision. They've historically been more conservative about adding linked devices. Okay.
Permission
Yeah, that's what I'll
requested.
do.
Ask user a series of questions about server role, database, domain
Let's
exposure,
see.
and infrastructure approach.
Server role. JSON API plus Phoenix channels for real-time features. APIs plus WebSockets. ITES. Domain/routing. How should the server be exposed? The web app serves happygroups.world. Where should the API live? API.happygroups.world? Seems good. I like that. Separate stack. Server/infra gets its own Plumi stack mirroring. What I think. Commit. We're on the same page, Claude. Okay. Today at least.
Permission requested. Answer authentication and project setup questions.
Start without auth for now, add it later. Yeah. Token based. Yeah, we'll set that up. I can't read this. Mix phoenix.new. It's namespace, shared namespace. Good for getting both web server live in app happy group. Seems correct. What is so slow today? What do you think you could demo with the React? Depends on what you want to prove out first. React side, fetch on load, show it connected, and the app is real time. More interesting proof of context shows off why you picked. Yeah, this would be really. I might do that. Man, if I can get this all done, it's gonna be really cool. Like, signal's down for me all the time. Like, I'll send a message to someone and it'll get delayed, be slow or something. And then signal's costs are also pretty high, I assume, in large part because of the initial infrastructure choices. So if I could just, is it always this dark? If I could get this working well and people like to use it, my cost would be very low. Sometime today, Claude Code. Okay. At least I shouldn't hit my limit anymore. Hopefully. Do-do-do. One thing that's kind of funny with the amount of work, like if this takes 6 months, like indie games take longer than that. I always think about like the Stardew Valley guy. I think he spent years. Stardew Valley is a 2016 farm life simulation game. Players take the role of a character who inherits their diseased grandfather's dilapidated farm. I want to know about development. Stardew Valley was originally titled Sprout Valley. Eric Baroni. Baroni graduated from University of Washington in 2011. Was unable to get a job. Instead, he worked as an usher. Looking to improve his computer skills for better job prospects, he had the idea to craft a game that would also pull in his artistic side. Baroni grew up in the Pacific Northwest and incorporated many elements of the region into the gameplay and art. Stardew Valley originally began as a modern fan-made alternative to later Harvest Moon titles. Baroni was also inspired by other games, including Animal Crossing, Rune Factory, Minecraft, and Terraria, adding features of those games such as crafting, quests, and combat. He was the sole developer of the game, creating all of its pixel art, music, sound effects, story, and dialogue. Baroni used Resend Studios, create all the music and sound effects. And PaintNet for the pixel art. Initially, Baroni considered releasing Stardew Valley on Xbox Live. Publicly announced the game in 2012. After the game was shown a great deal of support, Baroni began working on it full-time, engaging with Reddit and Twitter.
Permission requested. Exit
Discuss
plan
his progress. Shortly after the green light period in 2013, he was approached by Finn Bryce, director of Chucklefish, who offered to help publish the game. Chucklefish took over many of the non-development activities. Baroni decided not to use Steam Early Access. Spent 4 years redoing it multiple times and often spending 10 hours a day or more. Originally programmed it in C#. Later migrated to Moon Game. Okay, what did it decide to do for this plan? Summary. Set up a Phoenix API plus WebSocket server with a standalone Pulumi infrastructure, following existing patterns from Go, Links, and Web Infra. Key decisions. API plus Phoenix channels. No HTML live view asset. PyTest. MySQL and prod. SQLite and dev. Does that work? I don't have much choice. API.happygroups.world. App happy groups. Deploys to app prod. No auth for now. Where's enabled for www. Scaffold Phoenix project run. Server happy group server. This generates into the existing directory. Can you use context 7 MCP to make sure we're using all the latest versions? It's for Phoenix. Baroni aims to give players the feeling of immersion in a small farming community. During development, he recognized that some players would attempt to figure out mechanically how to maximize their farm's yield and profit through spreadsheets and other tools, but he hoped most would take the time to learn these on their own. To that end, he designed the cooking aspect of the game purposefully not to be profitable, but instead to pay back in bonuses that aided exploration, farming, mining, and fishing. Baroni also opted to not include the butchering of farm animals for meat production, encouraging players to name intent to each animal. That's pretty funny. Show off why you picked Elixir. React, connect with Phoenix, and to ping. I'll probably go with option B. Yep. More satisfying to see a live round trip. App is built. And I can walk you through without seeing the project. Set up cores, create an echo channel. Okay, so we create an echo channel. Do server web. When someone joins, do a welcome message. And then in the server, create a channel. We have a user socket. React side, npm install Phoenix. Phoenix is an npm package. Wow, that's cool. Let me update the plan with verified latest versions and patterns. Then a simple hook or component, use effect, socket, new socket, socket connect, channel. Cool.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Verified latest dependencies. E7 introduces formatter.new for better performance. Okay. What should I do? What would look cool? I need a server status indicator. Maybe I'll put it up here. More blog posts to read while I wait for Claude to do stuff. Signal added stories at some point, and I feel like it was such a waste of time. I don't know anyone who uses Signal stories. Like, I wish they would have just allowed you to have a feed you could share with people that didn't disappear within 24 hours. Why can't I just have some images that I can share with people? Like, I should just be able to have my profile and then, like, be able to share it with my users, and then they should be able to see the updates. Give the people what they want. In the past year, stories have emerged as a new way to communicate. I don't get stories. Stories have emerged to serve these specific functions and others. Stories also happen to be one of the most common feature requests we receive from all over the world. People use them, people want them. Yeah. I don't know these people. People use them, people want them, so we're providing a way to do stories privately. You share an image. Stories will automatically expire for 24 hours after you share them. Always manually delete them. Okay, what do we got? We got a mixed project, happy group server. telemetry. I have no Elixir. I gotta install LS. Bridge server. No. One project. Happy group server. What ERTS is. Type. Oh, there it is. Erlang. This DNS cluster needed. Simple DNS-based cluster description. Nodes will be joined. Their node. Oh. And it is a pure Elixir HTTP server. Corsica. Elixir library for dealing with. Blazing fast JSON parser. And let's click bandit. Here's a static code analysis. And this it's almost done. Then I have to have it write an agentsmd file for the server, an agentsmd file for happy groups, and then what? Then I gotta have it do the Websocket demo, so I can see that in production. Cool. server side handle ping doesn't need to change. It's now already just echoing back. All the timing happens client side with performance on now. Is latency measured round trip? Usually round trip time, because one way is hard to measure accurately. Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll show like a little thing in the app that shows the latency. I can actually see what that looks like, which would have like a little green dot you can hover over. Latency. Definitely not a long-term thing, but fun little temporary thing. We're gonna have to do some work to make it handle the different, like I need to have a local server set up. I might need to use Docker Compose to spin up both the web app and the server at the same time, or maybe I can do that with a single moon command would be the other option. I can have moon spin up the server and the website. I can test stuff locally, make sure it all works. And then I have to have two different settings files, one for production and one for development. Do, 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 do. All tests pass. Everything is set up and verified. Yay. Only took 15 minutes or more, including the planning. What are you guys doing?
I installed the Pulumi infrastructure dependencies, ran the TypeScript type check, formatted and compiled the Elixir code with warnings as errors, and confirmed that formatting is
create
I also
an
generated a complete Elixir
agents.md
Phoenix
and
application with configuration, endpoints,
happy
controllers,
groups,
tests, Dockerfile, and related files, plus a
as
Pulumi
well
TypeScript
as
stack with Kubernetes resources. Explained design choices such as using Logger JSON version 7 and an API-only setup, and listed the verification results and remaining manual steps.
hold on, Ruby. Happy groups and done with their nap. Now they got energy. They're getting ready for dinner. Docker agents MD and happy groups. Groups. Happy Groups is a social groups application. It's social groups.
I wrote a markdown file at app/happygroupsagents, MD, that provides a top-level overview of the Happy Groups project, covering its architecture, infrastructure, database adapters, domains, core settings, and authentication status. I also created a markdown file at app/happygroups/server/agents, MD, containing server-specific development guidelines, including Elixir idioms, mixed testing practices, Phoenix JSON routing, ecto patterns, channel conventions, the dual adapter database setup, and Docker build details.
Channel. And use that. The web app to get latency. We probably want to render kind of green red dot indicating server connection, and then maybe when you hover it, show latencies, last latency and average. That's kind of planning. It must have changed how the model works, because my friend was saying it's pretty slow too, and it's very slow today, and it's just planning a lot more than it normally does. So they're probably trying to reduce token usage somehow. But it's so hard to work with these things because they're constantly changing. You don't know like how you should use them effectively, because the way to use them effectively is changing day to day. It's like playing basketball, and the size of the basketball is different every day you play. It is good that it plans more like this and uses Explorer agents, because you're less likely to have to compact as often, because it ends up moving most of the context into the Explorer agents, and then it just reads a summary of everything it had to find out. So it lets you kind of keep going for longer, and the compaction itself is one of the things that uses up a lot of tokens. So yeah, the longer you can avoid compaction, the more you can kind of keep going on a single thread and reduce usage. The issue with the Explorer agents is that they each have to individually pull in all of the context. So like your two Explorer agents might need to end up reading the same files. Now you're double reading files, and if the files are big, it's a waste. That's the trade-off. Hard to figure out what's better. It probably depends on the project. Let me read a few key files directly. Nail down the exact. Now let me design the plan with plan agent. It's funny. I wonder how it categorizes this on cinematic. It's pretty cool all this music is royalty free. You could use any of this in you're making a movie or something. What is it? What is it? Confused? Confused? Another nap. Time for another. Man, this is so slow. I wonder how everyone's work is going today. Everyone's just substantially slowed down. Nice idea. Good way to feel the connection is rude.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Create, modify, create, add Phoenix. The latest version. It always pulls in old versions. Phoenix has an LLMs.txt. What does this do? Oh no, that's Phoenix's web development framework.
Permission requested. Fetch latest information about Phoenix package.
Good, Phoenix has the latest. Does not need the TypeScript types. Let's update the plan. And we're good.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Go for it. Absolutely positioned below the dot. 8-pixel circle. Well, they can't parallelize this yet. I have to get this server running before I can like decide how to branch out from here. What you looking at? All 3 server tests pass. Sweet. And then the next thing I need to do is have it spin up both the server and the... Maybe we should have a moon file for both. Getting good. We got a dot. That's so cool. Does that work in mobile?
I created a connection status TypeScript JSX component with a colored dot and tooltip, added it to the header TypeScript JSX layout, and built a useSocket TypeScript hook to manage the Phoenix socket. I also added the echo channel Elixir module, updated the user socket, added supporting test files, updated dependencies in the package JSON, and fixed a deprecation warning in the echo channel test. Finally, I ran the server tests and TypeScript type checking, confirming that all 3 tests pass and there are no type errors or warnings.
Now, do you think we should set up a moon YAML in happy groups root to spin up the web invite server as well as the Elixir server? Website's not loading for me. One right now. The local version of the website. How it worked. Yep. Yeah, the tooltip works even. Cool. Let's see what it says about this.
I explained that each project already has its own dev task, and that Moon can run both server and web tasks concurrently with a single command. But a parent dev task can't be used because Moon's dependencies must finish before the main task starts, which doesn't work for long-running processes. I suggested that creating an alias in the Happy Group's agent's markdown file, or a simple shell alias, would be a cleaner solution than adding a parent project for orchestration.
I don't think it's worth it. Both projects already have their own dev tasks. Moon already supports running both concurrently. Okay. The problem with the Moon parent is that the def field, yeah. Try this. Is there any way to pass args like this to one of the
I explained that the double dash arguments are applied to every target in a Moon run, and there's no way to direct them to just one task. I suggested adding the host argument to a separate task in the YAML configuration or directly to the existing dev task, then running the desired tasks together. Yeah, I just have a screen. Web, Moon, dev.
Are we working? Oh. Oh. Connecting. Disconnected. There is. Ending, finished. Oh. On headers, payload messages, data, length. The indicator is saying disconnected, but I think I'm seeing messages. Check the most recent screenshots in screenshots.
Permission requested. Command to list most recent screenshots. I updated the usesocket TypeScript file to derive the Websocket URL from the current hostname in development, using an import metaenv, dev check and port 4000 instead of hard coding localhost. And I explained that the Phoenix server must listen on all interfaces, including IP6, for the connection to work.
Let's do this. So, this. Dev.ex. Post. Where does it go? Bind? Yeah, it's already binding. 000, so this was already working, I think. Just turn the server off. Here we go. Cool. 7 milliseconds. Yep, that's about right. About how long it should take from my laptop to the servers. can you go ahead and deploy the Elixir server? We probably, let's see, Google Cloud G login. Log into this so that it can make the changes it needs to make. Probably need to do something with cloud to work. I think info in at, where's that at? Notes. Notes. Let me notes.md. There. Spring. Today's Thursday. Need this first.
Permission requested. Command to check current G-Cloud authentication status. Permission requested. Command to check Docker registry authentication status.
This. I don't think we're gonna, yeah, we will need database functionality. Need to figure out end-to-end setup, CI/CD, and more. Need to figure out how to do manage AI users. AI users is not gonna happen right now, I don't think. I like the idea of having AI accounts that can be in the groups for fun, or like groups you can join. It would be like kind of fun characters that you could interact with. I think it's a pretty fun thing. But I also think it's kind of, I don't know if that's like a long-term valuable thing. The encryption stuff for private groups, for people that are real, I think matters more. So I think I'm going to focus on that. I think it'd be very easy to get distracted on characters and stuff, which is good for people who want that, but it's just, it's not really a long-term thing because the bots, they're not things you want to be. It'd be fun to mess with them as like a kind of a trinket thing, like they're having some conversation, you can just go in and be part of it, but I don't think you want to be spending a lot of your time doing that. I think you want to be spending your time talking to people that are real. It's deploying now. We'll see if that works. I feel like it's missing something, but we'll figure it out when it's there. Worker build failed. Build.
Permission requested. Command to fetch prod dependencies locally. Created a KMS key and initialized the Pulumi stack for the Happygroup server infrastructure. Then I verified that the Pulumi production YAML file was created and read its contents. I identified that the server requires database credentials and a secret keybase to be set as configuration values, which I cannot read, and noted that they need to be set using pulumi config commands.
Okay, stacks initialized. Now I need to set the config values. And to set that in. Can't you set that up in at frick. I hate that it does this. Okay, let me do this. Clear mod. We need to set up the Vitus user password in infra Vitus. And then deploy that and create the stack reference in infra. Set up in at happy groups server infra. Find out go links db config pattern. All right, I think it's gonna figure out how to do this. The issue is that Claude Code, the issue is, I don't particularly like that expression that it's saying. What Claude Code does sometimes is it'll cd into directories and then it loses the ability to reference files outside of that directory easily, which is pretty annoying. Then I gotta like end the session or tell it to cd out, and then it just loses track of what it was doing. Anyways, I have this new session.
Permission requested. Edit prod. TS file in the kiwi infra k8's clusters core cluster config directory.
Key spaces, happy groups. Come on, Claude. Move faster with Claude Code.
I edited the Vitus access controls TypeScript file to add the Happy Groups key space and a Happy Groups app entry. Updated
Vibe
the core cluster
Kanban
index
lets you run
TypeScript
coding
to
agents
include
in
the Happy Groups app
parallel.
password. Created a new Happy Groups server infra TypeScript file. Changed the Happy Groups K8's TypeScript to accept a Pulumi input string for the database host. Ran the TypeScript type check which passed. And then read the modified files to confirm the updates.
Okay, so this should work. Set the password. I can't use set it. Using set it by piping in a random word, and then you can set only secret key base and happy groups server. Secret key base. What is that? Okay. What is this base path? Ask for key. What is Phoenix framework secret? It's a long
I explained
random
that secret key
string.
base is a Phoenix framework secret used for signing and encrypting session cookies, CSRF tokens, and live view connection tokens, and that you can generate a stable 64-byte random hex string with the command mix phx. Gen. Secret, which must remain unchanged across deployments.
Oh, I guess I shouldn't do this on screen. Can you treat the DB password and type in to LHS and do the same for reading the keybase? And then you can go ahead and
Permission requested. Generate random Vitus password and update corprod cluster config. Permission requested. Generate random secret key and set an haplogroup server infra config.
Latest password reset successfully. Yeah, I can fix.
Permission requested. Generate random secret key and set an haplogroup server infra config.
What is this called? I guess looking at this a little bit. Oh. Not loading. There we go. Hear me? It's funny to spend the first 30 seconds of your introduction to your app, your like website, talking about what the website is. You have a 1 minute and 30-second video, and the first 30 seconds are just dialogue.
Permission requested. Command to preview Happy Group's server infrastructure changes.
Happy groups. Okay. Okay. It's done.
Permission requested. Command to deploy Happy Group's server infrastructure to production.
Do about another 30 minutes to be able to get this working. Feed the animals. And then and myself. I'll do another couple hours tonight, I think. Once I have this, hopefully I can get this server going and deployed in the next 30 minutes or so. That'd be pretty cool if I could get this into production. And then I can take a break and come back and start to think about some first features, like maybe a login or something. What do you do? Pinging every 5 seconds. Take 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. 6. Need to update this. Header. Where's this latency thing? Status. How does this work? Use hooks, use connections. Third status latency. This shouldn't be defined this way. To do move the setting. Put a string here. How do I do that interval on it's that interval call the function for? We'll just call it once first. Now it should work. Yep. It's taking some. Lumi server infra up. API dot. Do we have to add records? Probably. Have to add a record for API.HappyGroup.
Permission requested. Command to get pod logs and diagnose crash loop.
Happy Group's key space handler.
I examined the last 60 lines of the deployment log to see why the deployment failed.
You can check everything. We are stuck. Local path. On the root cause, default path.
I fetched the server logs and pod descriptions, inspected the persistent volume claims, persistent volumes, the local Vides storage class, the local path provisioner pods and logs, and examined its config map. I explained that the Erlang/Elixir application is crashing at boot because the release was built with a newer OTP version than the runtime image provides, and that the Vides tablets remain pending because their persistent volume claims cannot bind within the 15-second timeout, likely due to scheduler anti-affinity constraints and a volume binding deadline exceeded error. I concluded that the two problems are unrelated, one being a Docker image build issue, and the other an infrastructure storage provisioning issue.
Also, I think we need this infra. Infra app.
3 tasks to address the Erlang OTP runtime mismatch, fix the local path provisioner configuration for the new Vitus tablets, and add the API, HapaGroups, World DNS Zone. I then started the DNS work by marking the DNS task as in progress, reading and editing the prod TypeScript configuration file, ran TypeScript type checking, and finally marked the DNS task as completed.
Of course, we're running into issues. Always happens. Never finish on time. Another 20 minutes left. Gotta get this up. Gotta get this up, Miss Pep. Cluster C. TP. Let me fix both issues. Docker file. Runtime uses Erlang 20. Newer OTP version. Pop up. And maybe just use directly. Seems like it's only filling its. Now let me fix the local path. Blue. You want to speed those up at some point, but that's language. Say 200.
Permission requested. Patch local path provisioner config map with agent node paths. Permission requested. Command to verify config map node mappings in the Kiwi Core prod context. I patched the local path provisioner config map with the correct node mappings, restarted the provisioner, waited 15 seconds, and confirmed that all 3 persistent volume claims became bound. After a further 30-second pause, I verified that the Happy Group's tablets reached a fully running state and completed the Vitus user and keyspace, DNS zone, and Dockerfile update tasks. I noted that the Docker image still needs to be rebuilt and pushed, and that the Happy Group's server deployment must be rerun to bring the pods up healthy.
Online connect.
Permission requested. Command to reconcile Happy Group's server stack state.
Both pods running.
I executed the deploy moon task to build, push, and roll out the Happy Group server Docker image, verified both server pods are running healthy, reconciled the Pulumi state for the server stack, and confirmed that the pods, Vitus tablets, DNS zone, and gateway resources are all fully deployed and healthy.
Here. Yeah.
Permission requested. Command to get GCP name servers for API, happy groups, world zone. Permission requested. Command to get GCP name servers for www, happy groups, world zone.
Screen is too bright.
Permission requested. Command to list DNS records in www, happy groups, world zone. Permission requested. Command to list DNS records in API, happy groups, world zone.
Probably.
I read the header TypeScript. Permission requested. Command to deploy shared infra with API, happy groups, world NS delegation.
We don't have any monospace fonts. Take a look. Screenshots. The padding isn't great.
I edited the shared infra index TypeScript file to add an NS delegation record for the API subdomain and updated the comment, confirming that the app prod GCP stack. Permission requested. Command to list most recent screenshots.
That wish.
Permission requested. Read screenshot file.
Big.
I edited the connection status TypeScript component, tightening the header padding from 8 pixels and 10 pixels to 6 pixels and 8 pixels, and doing the same for the stats section. I also removed the explicit row gap, setting it to 0, and added a line height of 1.7 to create a natural vertical rhythm between rows. I explained that the spacing tokens use a 4-pixel base unit, so a value of 2 equals 8 pixels, and 2.5 equals 10 pixels. edited the connection status TypeScript file, replacing the padding values from 152 to 1.5 in 2 places, tightening both sections to 1.5, 4 pixels 6 pixels, padding for a more compact and proportional appearance. I added a padding property set to 4 pixels to the outer tooltip container in the connection status TypeScript file, giving a small inset around the pop-up edge.
The blur effect lower than on DNS stitching. Oh. Bring this down in my panel. Okay, this should basically be working. Is there something we should do to make sure our big map changes to the local path stuff? We're out of context.
I edited the connection status TypeScript
We'll
file
need
and changed the backdrop filter from blur 16
make
pixels
some
to blur
tasks.
12 pixels. I explained that the tooltip was previously the highest blur in the app, and now matches the consistent 12 pixel blur used by other dropdowns and menus.
Why is it so much more see-through?
I resolved the Pulumi conflict by
I think
updating the
it's
resources that manage the
probably
local path
related
config
to
config
not
map and
using
the local path storage
Portal.
namespace. And I committed all pending changes to the
If we
Haplogroup server,
render
covering the Vides database setup,
up
Kubernetes
inside
deployment,
of
DNS
the header,
configuration, and Docker
out
image.
up as a child of the header, but it's outside. It won't blur what's outside.
I explained that because the tooltip is a child of the header element, its backdrop
You
filter
don't
only blurs
need
the header's own compositing
it,
layer,
just
and
make
not the page
your
content behind the tooltip,
just
whereas the other dropdowns use portals to
It's
render into the document body,
good
so their backdrop filter
explanation
works
of the
against the
current
actual page content.
state.
Do you want me to switch this to
Yeah.
portal-based rendering
Yeah.
like the other dropdowns?
The other dropdowns use portals.
I explained that 2 Pulumi resources, a config group from upstream YAML and a config map patch, were both trying to manage the same Kubernetes config map, causing whichever ran last to win, and the config group to silently revert the patch. I described that I manually applied the correct config map using kubectl, restarted the provisioner, and added a dependency so the patch runs after the local path provisioner. I noted that the remaining issue is the dual ownership conflict, and recommended fixing it by using transformations on the config group to modify the config map inline, or by excluding the config map from the config group, so only one Pulumi resource owns it. I edited the connection status component to import useEffect, useRef, and create portal, and I changed the tooltip to render via create portal into the document body. I implemented positioning using getBoundingClientRect to place the tooltip 8 pixels below the dot and right aligned, added mouse enter and mouse leave handlers on the portal element, and removed the duplicate padding property.
InDesign at connection to improve the padding here. I think need more padding around the outside of less is in also the line should go across even. Why is it having such a hard time
I
doing this?
updated the connection status TypeScript JSX component by changing tooltip style to use vertical padding only, adding horizontal padding to tooltip header, and adjusting stats grid to reduce the column gap and increase its horizontal padding. I explained that these changes provide more outside padding, tighten the spacing between labels and values, and allow the divider line to span the full width. Permission requested. Glob all files in the screenshots directory. Permission requested. Command to list most recent screenshots. Permission requested. Read screenshot file. I removed the padding block from the outer tooltip container in the connection status TypeScript file and adjusted
What
the header
is
and
it
stats
doing?
coding
Why
to give
can't it
more
do
room around
this?
the connected header
It's
and the
crazy.
max row. I changed the header padding from 1.2.5
It's
to
just myself.
2.5 with a bottom padding of 2
Why can't it
and
do
updated
it?
the stats padding from 1.52.5 to 2.5 with a top padding of 1.5.
Need to keep it. Cheers. Bing. Next. It's better now, but can you give it the same drop down. This pop over. Drop down.
I edited the connection status TypeScript file, removed the explicit border, changed the border radius from medium to large, and updated the inner divider to use the dropdown border token. I explained that these changes make the tooltips styling match the profile dropdowns box shadow and border radius.
In with. Good. Is this done?
Permission requested. Command to verify config map local path config in the Kiwi core prod context.
Head and run Plumi Fresh.
I added a transformation option to the cluster base options in the TypeScript base file, created a transformation function in the local storage TypeScript file to modify the config maps config, JSON inline, removed the separate config map resource, updated the Plumi state to delete the orphan resource, and redeployed, which replaced the config map with the custom node path data while leaving 178 resources unchanged. I then verified with a kubectl command, 30 seconds timeout, that the config map now contains the correct custom node path mappings, consolidating ownership of the config map to a single Pulumi resource and preventing silent configuration reverts. I opened the tool result file, displayed the final 30 lines, and grepped for any pending operations or warning messages. I then shared the matching lines, noting whether any such entries were present.
Hold on, pup. Hold on.
I deployed the appprod GCP stack with Pulumi, which resolved the perpetual service account diff by fixing the getDefault service account lookup, resulting in 22 resources unchanged and the desired state matching GCP's actual state.
Is there a help point?
I explained that the dig query was using the wrong domain, API, happygroups, com, while the configuration in prod TypeScript and shared infra TypeScript sets the DNS name to API, happygroups, world and delegates that zone, and the SOA response from NS1, Atom. Com shows a different domain altogether. I suggested running a dig query for API, happygroups, world AAA.
Looks like the cert isn't valid. Can you take a look and maybe some and at server/infra or at wow, 5:20. So late.
Permission requested. Command to check NS delegation for API subdomain in parent zone.
Agents. That's can you update can you update the socket to define those? Then can you update events files to explain that we never want to switch directly in the app? We always want to. I think we have something like this in Claude. My name is Pep. I can see you.
Permission requested. Command to list all records in the API happy groups, world zone.
Hello, Miss Pep. I see.
I explained that the NS delegation for API, happy groups, world is now correct, but Cert Manager has cached an outdated zone lookup, causing it to keep failing, and I recommended restarting the Cert Manager deployment to clear the cache. Want me to run that? I added an API socket URL setting with development and production values to the app settings TypeScript file. I modified the useSocket TypeScript hook to import app settings and use the new API socket URL directly, removing the previous getSocket URL function. I updated the 3 agents markdown files to add a configuration section that explains the principle of using explicit settings instead of inline environment checks.
Great. Great, great, great. Yep, it's not yet. Reason why this. Okay. Wait for the cert to be valid. Gotta wait for the cert to be valid. This is the kind of thing. Oh, it's working. Nice. This is the kind of thing where it'd be nice to actually log this to the server, like add metrics to the app so I could track this. But I am trying to avoid as much telemetry as I can on the front end. I do wonder about that though. The more telemetry you add, the more risk you have of capturing data you don't want to capture. And it kind of defeats the whole point of the end-to-end encryption if I add a bunch of telemetry and then accidentally fetch data or add a bunch of stuff that could fetch data without me knowing. So, all right, I think I'm gonna take a break. This is working, which is awesome. So I have a server running, an Elixir server, using WebSockets to ping the backend. And move this over here.
I waited for the pod to acquire leader election, examined cert manager logs,
That works.
and verified that the Acme TXT record for Acme challenge, API, Happy Groups, world was live using Dig. I rechecked the challenge and certificate resources after successive delays and confirmed that both certificates are now ready. True, meaning cert manager successfully verified DNS propagation and issued a valid TLS certificate for https://API Happy Groups. World/. I also explained that the restart resolved the zone issue, changing the error from no matching Google Cloud domain found to a propagation check that now passed.
Pretty cool. It's funny, there's a lot of latency for me because I'm hosting this, so this has to go through Starlink and back to me, which is 30 milliseconds. So I have to go from here to space to Seattle, back to space to me in 60 milliseconds. Pretty cool. This files, and then I'm gonna just, oh, that's not what I want. And here, send this to someone. Here, airdrop. Yeah. All right, close this. I guess. We have a server set up, we can actually build stuff. And presumably login would be the first thing, but I don't really want to block this behind a login yet, since it's going to take so long to actually implement this. But I could put login on a different page and just get that working. The other thing to maybe do would be to like kind of put all this test data into the server so you had to request it. But I don't see a lot of reason to do that right now, because it doesn't help me in any meaningful way. So yeah, I build out a login. Once I have login set up, then I can start building out the infrastructure for doing the end-to-end encryption for the packets and stuff. And then maybe do like chat. Chat's the easiest thing to do, so maybe I would just do chat first to see if I can get that working with end-to-end encryption. That'd be pretty nice. And there's all sorts of stuff that branches out from there. Once you get chat working, you have to get search working so that you could find someone to chat with. So yeah, I think I'll start hooking in from there. That'll be the kind of the approach I take. There's going to be a bunch of stuff I have to do to like get deployments working better, make sure it's more stable. But I think I can do that later. I don't see a lot of reason to do it right now. And I'll probably be more motivated later. Like once I have everything working, I want this to all be super stable. So it's harder to be motivated to do the stability stuff when you don't have anything that matters yet. So once it starts to matter. Okay, I'm gonna put my away message up. I'll be back in like an hour and a half. Give myself a little, I always do like an hour and it's never enough time. Hour 5. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Way. music. Did notice one issue with this. Audio's good. It's good. It's over here. It's smaller. Set interval. Let's call back. Yeah. That all works. Good. It's fine. Seems like there's some kind of catch up when a user is on their phone. A lot of numbers quickly. Well, it seems like the issue is that when a phone browser sleeps, set interval callbacks queue up and all fire at once. Also no protection against interval. Bounce the ping interval, skip pings that fire too close. Discard RTT time.
I added constants for a maximum valid round trip time of 5,000 milliseconds and a minimum ping gap of 500 milliseconds. Introduced a last ping reference and debounce check to skip pings that fire too close together after the browser wakes. Filtered out RTT values exceeding the 5,000 millisecond ceiling and cleared stale latency measurements when the socket reconnects.
But if the browser sleeps, when the user connects within 5 seconds, then they'll get a bad value. Is there any way to avoid this issue? Oh, tired. Tired. Yep. Got a few hours to do stuff. We got a few hours. Make some progress. Right, the HTTP calling. Real problem is when pings are in flight during sleep rather than guessing what's too high. The page becomes visible again, record, resume. In response, that's the interval while the page.
I edited the usesocket TypeScript file, removing the maxValidRTTMS constant and adding a resumed@ref reference. Then updated the ping handler to discard responses whose sentat timestamp is earlier than the resumed@ref value. I also added visibility change handling to pause the ping interval when the page is hidden and resume it with a new timestamp when the page becomes visible again. Finally, I explained that these changes eliminate the arbitrary RTT ceiling, prevent in-flight pings during sleep, and keep the existing DevOps guard.
Here. Server. Web. Do you think we should create a moon YAML and targets running dev and also this?
I examined the existing Moon YAML configuration files and explained that a parent Moon, IML with a deploy task that depends on both the web and server deploys, would let you run the full stack with a single command, while aggregating dev tasks is trickier because they are long-running server processes. I recommended creating the parent file for deployment and possibly Docker build and Docker push, and testing whether Moon can run both dev servers concurrently before deciding on a dev aggregation approach. I explained a script task in the Moon YAML that calls Moon Run with both the web and server development targets. So running Moon Run Kiwi, app, happy groups, dev starts both servers concurrently, and I asked if they wanted me to create the full Moon YAML. I created the app/happygroups/moon YAML file and edited the Moon workspace. YAML to add the new app/happygroups entries, updating the list of applications. I explained that the parent project now aggregates dev, deploy, Docker build, and Docker push tasks for both web and server targets.
level. Okay, let's go ahead and let's get yes, and send. Look at the stage changes.
I displayed the staged changes and recent commit history. Then I committed the refactor that moves the local path provisioner config map customization into a Pulumi resource transformation, eliminating the ownership conflict between the config group and a separate config map resource.
That reloads the funds, disconnecting the old socket. Old socket's on back fire.
I edited the useSocket TypeScript file to introduce an active flag, set it to false in the cleanup, and added guard checks to the socket's onClose, channel error, and ping reply callbacks so stale updates are ignored, then save the changes. Edited the connection status TypeScript file to replace the string 6 with the number 6 in the style top property, fixing the TypeScript error caused by subtracting a string from a number. I displayed the stage changes summary and diff, then showed the 5 most recent commits. I created a commit titled fixinfra, resolve default service account email to avoid perpetual diffs, that updates the default compute service account email to its actual value, eliminating perpetual diffs in Pulumi. explained that the 41 staged files under app/happygroups/web/types are auto-generated React router type definitions that should not be committed, and I recommended unstaging them with git reset and adding a types entry to a git ignore in app/happygroups/web. Created the git ignore file in app/happygroups/web with the entry types, and then ran a git reset to unstage the 41 generated type files. Confirmed that the app/happygroups/web/types directory was committed once in commit 9559 E3, and I suggested removing it from tracking by running git rmr cached app/happygroups/web/types, so it will be deleted from the repository in the next commit while remaining on disk because git ignore now covers it. I then asked if you'd like me to execute that command. Permission requested. Command to rewrite git history. Permission requested. Command to rewrite git history, removing types directory with force flag. I checked the recent commit history and rewrote the repository history to remove the app/happygroups/web/types directory using git filter branch. Then verified that no commits reference those files and that the affected commits now have new SHA identifiers. I explained that because the history was rewritten, you will need to force push to the remote, and you can pop your stash to restore your working changes. Permission requested. Command to run lint on Happy Group's web. Permission requested. Run lint on Happy Group's web without extra flags. I replaced the inline style in connection status TypeScript file with CSS custom properties, tt-top and tt-right, and updated the tooltip style definition to use those variables for top and right positioning. I then ran the lint command for the Happy Group's web package and confirmed that the lint passed cleanly. I explained that inline style props bypass Panda CSS's static extraction, so using the CSS function preserves build time optimizations and design system consistency, while custom properties provide a safe escape for truly dynamic values like runtime positioning or user-defined colors. I noted that the fix is more verbose than a one-line style attribute, which may affect readability, and suggested either creating a shared utility for the custom property plumbing or narrowing the rule to ignore style props that only set top, left, right, bottom, or transform on absolutely or fixed positioned elements.
Woof. Girl. That's my girl. My girl.
I explained that the rule in the design system JavaScript file is too permissive because it allows bare identifier and member expression nodes. So only literal object expressions are flagged while variable references slip through. And I noted that the recent violation was caught due to a binary expression rather than a simple member expression. I also pointed out that the custom property check is essentially redundant under the current logic, and asked whether you would like me to tighten the rule to enforce only CSS custom properties in inline styles or keep the existing lenient behavior.
Gotta try to migrate Signal account. Let's try it. Trying to back up my single messages and transfer them over to my iPhone. Turn on back. Okay. Yep. Running. Not connected.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode to tighten ease lint rule for no inline styles. Permission requested. Run easelint on Happy Group's web to verify no regressions. EaseLint configuration JavaScript file to add an allowed functions option for the no inline styles rule, and I enhanced the design system JavaScript lint rule by introducing an allowed functions schema, a helper to unwrap type assertions, a check for allowed function calls, updated spread handling, a call expression handler, and a catch all error block. I then ran the lint command for the Happy Group's web project and verified that it passed cleanly with no errors.
Backward.
I explained that the rule only blocks literal inline styles while allowing variables, so it acts more as a nudge than a strict enforcement. I noted the confusing separation between the hard-coded list in the value source checker and the configurable allowed functions set, and praised the custom property exception for handling dynamic CSS values. I also observed that the rule's complexity is increasing and suggested that a simpler approach might cover most cases with less code.
CSS custom property carve-out is well designed, allowing style, var value. Red is the right color, legitimate pattern. CSS. Property name. Each new pattern people adopt. Only allow style if the last. Overall, it's a reasonable rule. More detail. The core issue is that the rule is structured as a type-based.
The existing rule enumerates allowed ASD node types, forcing new branches for each pattern, and proposed a simpler alternative that only validates object literals, checking that every property key starts with, and allowing all other expressions to pass, thereby removing the helper functions, the per type chain, and the need for a catch-all, while noting the trade-off with spread elements and that choosing between the approaches is a judgment call.
Instead of enumerating what's allowed, you only have literals and let everyone. trade-off is that spread would be allowed if you take the allow all spreads path. That said, this is a judgment call for you. The correct approach is more. Current approach is more conservative and document and
I explained that the current rule is overly precise about things it can't actually verify, which adds maintenance overhead, and that a simpler rule that only checks object literal keys would catch the real issue of using raw values instead of design tokens. I offered to rewrite the rule. Want me to rewrite the rule?
Let's see if signal is backing up. Nope. Then I can commit all this. After I commit all this, then I can do some more.
Permission requested. Run EaseLint to verify no regressions after simplification. Edited the JavaScript EaseLint configuration to delete the allowed functions option and removed the no style object message from the suggest design component rule. Then ran the lint command to confirm everything still passes. I also explained that the rule was simplified to only enforce that object literal keys in style props start with a double dash, keeping only the essential checks.
Clear changes. Look over all our changes carefully. Yep. Committed.
I created a commit that added the Happy Groups Phoenix server and Websocket connectivity, including an Elixir Phoenix API server. And the commit recorded 50 files, changed with 1,831 insertions and 145 deletions.
Okay. That's all done. Back at you, Miss Pup. Back at you. Move up. Now what? Now it's to do auth. What else? Okay, let's do this. Here. We go with let's say we wanted to implement our actually let me do this first. We want to set up going to request, because the service is going to be intending it, but we plan having a couple vaults with the user do I want different sender keys for each device? Another thing we'll need about that each device probably needs sender. So at the first that the user will only have one primary device, and then additional devices. What happens if a user has a browser session and then they would have to they wouldn't be able to what happens if a user has a browser session and then deletes their OS? How would how does what's that?
I explained that passkeys only authenticate and do not provide encryption keys, so a separate mechanism such as a WebAuthn PRF extension, a password or PIN-derived wrapping key, or device local storage is needed to protect the user's long-term key. I compared WhatsApp's approach, identified the missing key derivation and recovery story, outlined a recovery vault architecture with a recovery secret that unwraps the long-term key, and answered the questions about per-device sender keys and what happens when a user deletes their operating system.
Bitwarden includes passkey for management. User the secret derives a key. Your vault has encrypted user long-term key, but doesn't define where that key comes from or how it's recovered. You need one of a user-held secret that derives a wrapping key, PRF extension output from the path. Is this possible to do with Google?
I explained the current state of WebAuth and PRF extension support across Android, Apple, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, and Windows, and highlighted the practical limitations of relying on PRF alone for key wrapping. I recommended using PRF as an optional convenience layer while keeping a recovery passphrase as the primary fallback to ensure reliable encryption key access.
PRF gives you deterministic symmetric key derived from the path key plus a salt. Here you could use this to wrap user. PRF output is only available during auth. So your flow would be register key, first auth, derive PRF key, long-term key pair, encrypt private key with PRF derived key. PRF is tied to a specific user's password. The PRF output syncs to. That's actually good for your use case. The user registers on Android, then tries to log in on a Windows machine. They can authenticate. Yeah, because that's kind of the issue. If you had iOS passkeys, you wouldn't be able to use them easily on Windows. If you wanted to log in on Windows. Password recovery code. Recovery passphrase. Okay. We'll have to do password. So our plan is to store the history. We'll store each message encrypted. Then every member of the, I guess we need to store all that is signal sender keys all if the group goes beyond storage limits, then we'll deleting old if messages if but I guess they're encrypted in the users
I explained how encrypted messages and per member key archives are stored on the server, why forward secrecy conflicts with keeping history, and that the client, not the server, must clean up old sender key states when messages are deleted. I also pointed out that key archives are only a few kilobytes even for large groups, so cleanup is a nice-to-have optimization, and advised using a no history for new members policy to keep the design simple and secure.
Each member stores their sender keys of every other member, plus their own sender key. Forward secrecy, delete old keys. You're right that the server can't selectively clean up keys inside encrypted. Right that the server can selectively clean up keys inside an encrypted archive, but here's the flow. Server deletes messages older than the storage limit. Server records the new oldest surviving message. Next time a client sees the oldest boundary has moved forward. Client opens its key archive, removes key states only for delete messages. Client does the cleanup, not the server. Server just messages. What you can and can't do. So the client does the yeah, it's fine. Can delete. Under key states for members who left the group. Under key. Old sender key chains. For all messages encrypted. Old sender key. All messages encrypted under them. Fully rotated out sender keys. Member got a new sender key. All messages under the old one are. Then the key archives are tiny relative to messages. Just clean up. When clients sync, fetch group's oldest surviving message. Each received key and archive if the member has no messages. Okay. No, they won't see history to rotate over leaves. We probably since we don't use these. Oh, wake up! Wake up, Gordon.
explained how MLS replaces per member sender keys with a shared epoch secret derived from a binary ratchet tree, reducing key management to one secret per epoch and allowing the server to store only public group state while never seeing private keys. I described the simplified vault layout that tracks epoch secrets, the server's role as a delivery service, storing public MLS state and encrypted
Replace the sender
messages,
keys with a
and the
shared group
process for
secret
handling
derived from
joins
a
and
ratchet.
leaves. I also outlined implementation options, recommending using an existing Rust MLS library compiled to WebAssembly, so the web client handles all cryptographic operations, while the Phoenix server remains a minimal message broker.
Okay, can you start to put together an outline in at server notes? And we'll work from there. The main idea is that we want to create a service that's fairly secure, but not overly burdensome for users. If users want to have passwords, we can't do much about it. My thinking is that the password login setup that opens up access vaults probably be separate from the security that gives access to the keys. I guess it gives access to all this. I don't think that's. If someone wanted to, they could if someone uses a bad password and then they're in your group, there's not much you can do about it. Is there any reasonable way we would be able to separate out the auth to log in and be connected to the groups from the auth that allows you to decrypt historical messages? So we could allow users have much weaker passwords for getting into their accounts and have stricter rules around retrieving historical data. I'm not sure if that's worth the trouble or if we should just the trouble more possible, or if we should just give group owners, admins, control to set the requirements on the login for joining their group that want tighter security.
There is no text provided to clean and convert for text-to-speech. Please provide the text you would like me to process.
Text-to-speech failed. Actually a natural split given the MLS architecture. The key material separates cleanly into two tiers. Why it works. With MLS, there are two distinct pieces of key material. Current leaf private key derives the current epoch secret. Participate in live conversations. Historical epoch secrets decrypt old messages from past epochs. They are cryptographically independent. You can't derive old epoch secrets from the current leaf, so you can protect them with different secrets. Tier 1, Session Vault, weak auth, passkey only, or passkey plus short. History Vault, strong auth, passphrase, argon2 ID, wrapping key. Passkey authenticates. Server releases tier 1 vault. Users in the group can send and receive messages immediately. History flow. User scrolls up past current epoch. Client prompts for passphrase. Unlock tier 2. Decrypt old messages. When a new epoch starts, the client moves the now old epoch secret from tier 1 into 2. Re-encrypts it under the strong key. Updates tier 1 with the new state. Offline epoch catch-up. If the user is offline through epochs 23 through 27, they need to process each commit sequentially when they can. This only needs the tier 1 leaf key, but it produces intermediate epoch secrets belonging to tier 2. If the user hasn't unlocked tier 2 yet, you either buffer them in tier 1 temporarily, promote that to tier 2 next time it's unlocked. Security trade-off is explicit and reasonable. An attacker who breaks the weak auth gets the current epoch only, which is roughly equivalent to having the user's device in their hand during a live session. History remains protected by the strong secret. This is a defensible posture. So you would basically let people have whatever passwords they want to log in. Ideally, they use passkeys, and you support passkeys, so it's easy to have a decently strong password. And then you separately give them like a passphrase or a 64-character thing that they need to unlock their history, which is essentially what Signal is doing now. So yeah, that doesn't sound too bad to me. And then you can even have like email verification and stuff to reset your like main password, and you're still in your group, so you would just lose the history. It's kind of weird because that's the other thing WhatsApp added, was the ability to send the history again to other people. So that's like something you could add retroactively, is a user could request the history, but they should only be able to get the history up to the point they joined. So you'd have to account for that. There's so many things to think about with this. It's complicated. The attacker who breaks through the weak auth gets the current epoch only. Yep. The server is untrusted, so server enforced policy, this group requires strong passwords are meaningless. Server doesn't know key strength. The app refuses to join unless a password says an honor system. You can check messages constantly, but rarely scroll through months of history. The natural property of MLS is epoch model. This is the blast radius of weak auth. WhatsApp now seems to support WhatsApp send key old messages. Nice. Meta has started rolling out a new WhatsApp lockdown feature designed to protect journalists, public figures, individuals known as strict account settings. This new feature builds on already existing end-to-end encryption by adding extreme safeguards. Users can enable these new privacy settings. Once enabled, it will apply the most restricted privacy controls, automatically turning on two-step verification, blocking media and attachments from other vendors, cancel calls from other people, turning off link previews, locking access to these passkeys. Online information, profile photo. Meta's announcement comes after many journalists and political figures have had their phones infected with spam, including Pegasus through messaging apps like WhatsApp and attacks involving zero-click exploits, which allow threat actors to hack iOS and Android devices without user intervention. In August, WhatsApp patched a zero-day vulnerability in its iOS and macOS clients. It was exploited in targeted zero-click attacks. Months after releasing security updates to address another zero-day flaw that ought to infect devices with Paragon graphites. In November 2024, core documents also revealed that NSO Group, Israeli surveillance firm, allegedly deployed several zero-day exploits even after being sued by WhatsApp. In May 2025, the company also fined $167 million for spyware attacks that targeted 1,400 WhatsApp users. Apple rolled out its lockdown mode 3 years ago in July 2022. What I was looking for. Interesting. WhatsApp is adding a new way to access your encrypted backups. This means if you lose your device, you can use methods like fingerprint and face. So you could require a passkey, or 64 digits, or like a 13-word passphrase. Passkey would be the easiest, but then for regular login, you can support like email and password. Regular password. I'm gonna find this article. Oh. Here. I cannot find it again. WhatsApp, WhatsApp, user loses device, new device news, trust feed. I think there was some new WhatsApp feature that allows people you're messaging to resend you old messages if you lose your device. I think this was without the consent of the sender, so it relies on the device, the client trusting the new keys for the receiver from WhatsApp, which does pose security risk. Can you find out what this was? But rarely scroll through months of history. This is WhatsApp key re-encryption vulnerability, sometimes called a backdoor. It was disclosed by researchers to When you send a message to someone who's offline and they later change devices to reinstall WhatsApp, WhatsApp will accept the new public key from the recipient's device, automatically re-encrypt your undelivered messages with those new keys. Accept the new public key from the recipient's device. I see, so your client does that, it resends it to them. If the hacker intentionally replaces the key with the phone, all delivered messages get automated. Let me do something. Cats use, I think the last interval after you navigate away, you click off the page to another tab. Still fires and takes the full time. I'm seeing a max of slightly less than 1 second when I go to different tab and then come back. What does all suffer the same vulnerability if recipients change? Recipient changes the security key while offline, a sent message will fail to be delivered. Guess that's not what I thought. And apps are really the behavior.
Permission requested. Edit Usocket
So
TS5.
we could require the 13-word. Require a 12-word phrase or 64 character code or passkeys. History, but allow email recovery and a normal password. Maybe I wonder when you pad, yeah, I guess it's always better to pad to a consistent size. So when you're sending messages and you pad them so that it's harder to identify the packets or the data. So like if you upload an image, even if it's encrypted.
It seems like there is no content to process. Please provide the text you would like me to clean for text-to-speech.
Something's wrong with my text-to-speech. I'll turn it off. So, like if you upload a photo or a video to Signal or to like this groups thing, and you encrypt it, it's going to be a very specific size, and so it'd be very easy to find out like who's in the groups based on who requests that thing of that specific size. Is that right? Yeah, I need to think about it. I'm getting tired, but. The point is that you want to pad all of the sort of media and messages just a little bit. So like if they're like 1.345 kilobytes, you want to make it like 1.4. Like you just always want to pad them so that they're not specific sizes. That way it's not as easy to find groups and membership and stuff. over mnemonic, write on paper. Offering mnemonic or recovery code or passkey PRF. Users' choice is the right approach. Let them pick what fits their best habit. Decide whether current epoch server readability is acceptable for your threat model. If yes, option A is straightforward and gives you the email recovery. If you get tired, stop working. No, I'm just messaging one of my friends is messaging me. So I was just responding to some of that. I do want to make some decisions here and just get an outline for what I'm going to do tomorrow. Thanks. I was trying to, I'm talking to my friend about, I was trying to message someone, I was trying to find someone from Signal or just someone who knows end-to-end encryption well to ask some questions about this stuff, because you have to make pretty hard trade-offs on these things. And anyway, I found one person who's pretty active on Signal's community boards. And the only way I could find, the Signal people, they're all pretty out there. Like they don't want to be contacted, or I don't know if they're like worried about governments or any, I have no idea, but none of them have their emails available, which is pretty unusual. And so anyways, one of these people who was on the community boards for Signal, I found they have like a bunch of Mastodon accounts. And so I was like, okay, I'll make a Mastodon account and just reach out to them and just ask them like, hey, you know, would you chat with me on some of these questions? And they apparently, I mean, it seems like they reported me as spam for asking them for advice or whatever. And so anyways, then Mastodon immediately banned me. So I made a Mastodon account yesterday and I got banned like within the next day. I think Mastodon's had a big issue with spam in general. But yeah, it's just kind of funny. Anyways, messaging about that. It's all kind of a complicated problem. So the thing with the groups thing I'm trying to build is that this is really designed for private groups. And part of the reason for that is because moderating groups is really hard. So the big problem Mastodon has is because that's all public stuff. It's like Twitter or anything else. They have to deal with spam. And so they just haven't dealt with it very well. So anyways, apparently if you get one spam report and you don't have any posts or anything, then they just ban you. No, I can't use Mastodon. I never used it before. I didn't particularly want to use it, but I'm still trying to find someone though that knows end-to-end encryption well. It's like you can talk to the chatbot and ask a bunch of questions, but you just don't know if you have any blind spots when you talk to the chatbot. So yeah, I want to get this sort of plan down and start to get working on it. Let's see. What do I got? Tier 2, all three options work well, offering new okay. Decide whether current epoch server readability is acceptable for your threat model. If yes, option A is straightforward and gives you the easy email recovery. If not, option B with fallback chain. Option A is straightforward. What is option A? Server holds tier 1 material in the clear. No, I don't want to do that. Either way, the hard security boundary, the history vault is the same. I prefer option B. Can you start to put together an outline in app happy groups server notes, and then we'll work there. The main idea is that we want to create a service fairly secure, but not overly burdensome for users. If users, okay, let's just almost say. Have to keep working on this because I want to get this done within a 6-month period, ideally. Because, yeah, I don't know. I have people trying to ask me if I want jobs and stuff, and I'd really like to try to get this done before taking a job. One of the troubles I have a lot of times is like when you interview for jobs and stuff, it's like my skill set is really diverse, and so there's not really a lot of people who can interview me. Like if I get interviewed by someone who's really deep on a topic, a lot of times it doesn't go well because I forget the wording and stuff for some of these things. Like I might have done it before and I might know a lot about it, but if you just don't remember a word or something in an interview, then they think you don't know it because you just don't have the language to communicate the ideas quickly. And so anyways, it's like a lot of times the jobs I end up doing, I feel like I'm just kind of wasting my time. Like they're just, I'd like to be doing more, but there aren't really a lot of those jobs at most companies. Like if I could release this and get any amount of users, it would be enough to, I wouldn't need a job. I would just like, if I could get any amount of users, then it'd be easy to raise money. I could probably raise money without getting users. It's just that when you raise money without having users, you raise at such a bad valuation that you're kind of just giving away part of your company for no good. Like if you end up being successful, it's just like if you got $200,000 or something for, I don't know, 20% of your company before you had users, that's just, it's so expensive if you ever do well. I mean, it's nice that you don't have to work or whatever, but it's like, I'd rather just go work for a couple of years and save up money and then work on my own thing than give 20% of a business away. Because then you have to deal with those investors forever afterwards, which is not ideal. One thing they say, like when you're doing a startup or, well, in a startup in particular, when you have co-founders and stuff for your startup, it's a lot like a marriage. And people don't treat it that way though. They'll start businesses with people that are kind of their friends, and they don't realize like it needs to be, you better be really okay with people. Because I've had friends and stuff that have started businesses with their friends, and then things don't work out because things don't go well for a long time, and yeah, you lose friends because of it that you wouldn't have lost otherwise. And so the same thing's true when you take on investors. The investors, like, they can just make your life miserable if they want to, and they may not even do it intentional. It's just like if their interests are disaligned from your interests, they can really make your life hard. This is one of the reasons a lot of people liked Y Combinator in general, was because Y Combinator was often on people's sides, and this is why people like Anderson A16Z, which is Mark Andreessen's, and I can't remember the other guy's name. Andreessen Horowitz, Ben Horowitz, and Mark Andreessen. They're like both super hype people in terms of they promote every big idea as the next big, like they were huge on crypto 5 years ago or whatever. But the thing that's particular about them is that like they always take a founder side, and they know that like it's such a valuable thing for them when they're trying to, like when investors are evaluating who should they go to, or when people who are running startups are trying to evaluate who to go to, it's just so valuable to have an investor who's like not going to cause you problems. Like they're just going to take your side no matter what, even if that investor is like not the good at predicting stuff. Like you don't care. When you're running a business, you just need investors that like are not going to cause you problems. I think Masayoshi Son at SoftBank is similar. You have those, and then everyone who kind of looks at them is always like, always kind of complaining about how much they're just like wasting money or saying crazy things or whatever. But again, none of that really matters that much. Created the outline at app happy group server notes, auth and end-to-end architecture. It covers key hierarchy. Password derives both server auth hash and tier 1 wrapping key. Tier 2 uses mnemonic recovery code. Passkey PRF. Yep. Tier 1. Current MLS session state protected by password. If you get current MLS session state, does that mean you lose? If you leak current MLS session state, does that mean you lose forward privacy? Not sure. I don't think it does mean that, actually. I think you just lose current session privacy, but you don't lose forward session privacy. So even if you like somehow leaked the key, it's not the end of the world. Kept leaking the key, then yeah, I mean, they can read your messages. Yes, if the current, okay, I guess I'm wrong. If the current leak private key is leaked, currently the attacker can derive the current epoch secrets from the leaked key plus public tree state, which the server has. Derive all future epoch secrets until someone issues a new commit. Updates the compromised member's path in the tree. Yeah, so you'd have to rotate. Explain to me the difference between current epoch and rotation. This is a core thing MLS's update mechanism exists to fix. When a member issues an update plus commit, this is a core thing MLS's update mechanism exists to fix. When a member issues an update plus commit, they generate a new leaf key pair and regenerate the path secrets above them. After that commit, the old leaked leaf key can't derive the new epoch secret. Forward secrecy is restored. But between the leak and the next update commit from that member, the attacker has full read access. The attacker also has server access, or is the server. They can silently read messages in real time during that window. The tier 1 vault contains explicitly this material. Protected by the password, which is the weakest secret in the system. Practical risk is attacker compromises uses password, decrypts tier 1 vault, gets leaf key, reads current messages until the next key update. Key updates are infrequent, that window could be long. You're saying they can derive future epochs too? The current leaf keys? One of my friends said I should stream on Twitch. And like, there's a couple of reasons I don't want to stream on Twitch. One is that like Twitch allows crimes, basically. Like there are people who literally go commit crimes and it like gets a lot of views. And Twitch will ban them for like a day. So I don't particularly want to support Twitch. But then the other reason is like, it's also not ideal to have a ton of users who don't really know about stuff. Like, generally the streams I've seen of people who do programming stuff, it's so distracting. Like if you have tons of messages, because what happens a lot of times with programming streams too is that people are just asking like, how do I get into programming all the time? Because that's, you know, there's people always trying to get into programming, and you can do it a couple times, but it's just a thing you're going to get every single day. And even then there will be people like arguing about stuff in your stream and you got to moderate the stream and all that type of stuff. And it's like, yeah, I'm not like trying to stream for that reason. The streaming is more just useful for me. It's nice. And I figure more people on YouTube also are, if they're interested in this type of thing or whatever, they're going to be less like people on Twitch who are just kind of sitting on stream all day trying to ask how to be a programmer. Like I think you end up with a different audience on YouTube than you do on Twitch. Good question. I conflated two things. Let me be precise about how MLS epochs actually work. An epoch is a group state version. Okay, yeah, I need to understand this. An epoch is a group state version. Every commit advances the epoch number, but a commit doesn't replace everyone's keys. It only updates the committer's path in the tree. Epoch 1, AB. An epoch is a group state version. Every commit advances the epoch number. The commit doesn't replace everyone's keys. It only updates the committer's path in the tree. Yeah, I really gotta. It might be a thing I do tomorrow is Rita. I'm just trying to get her new toy out of the closet. Yeah, I might read a blog post. MLS. Secure and usable end-to-end encryption. This one? Or this one? I'll read these tomorrow. This is too short. Wikipedia article is probably too hard to understand too. No, maybe I'll read this. Demystifying MLS. Yeah, I'll read all these tomorrow. Okay. Commit doesn't replace everyone's keys, it only replaces the committer's path in the tree. When Alice commits, Alice gets a new leaf pair. The path? What is a commit? Alice commits. I don't know what that means. Bob commits. The path from Alice's leaf to the root gets new keys. Bob, Carol, Dave use their existing leaf keys to decrypt the new path secrets. A new epic secret is derived. Bob's leaf key hasn't changed. What a leaked leaf key actually gives the attacker. So Bob's leaf key is leaked at Epic 1. Bob's leaf key. Say Bob's leaf key is leaked at Epic 1, okay. Alice commits, Alice updates her path and encrypts new path secrets to the co-path node. Alice commits, Alice updates her path secret. Bob's subtree receives these encrypted to Bob's existing key. The attacker has Bob's key, decrypts the path secrets, derives Epic 2. Same thing, Carol updates her path, Bob's key is still the same. Hacker derives Epic 3 secret, still has, I see. Okay. Restructured. Dave joins, but Bob's leaf key is unchanged, still has access. Bob generates a new leaf key pair, updates his path. Bob generates a new leaf key pair, updates his path. Bob commits an update. The old leaked key is no longer in the tree. Attacker can now decrypt the new path secret. The leak key gives access to every epic until Bob specifically rotates his own key. Every future epic where Bob's ISC. The tier 1 vault contains Bob's leaf private key. If an attacker gets it by cracking the password, they don't just get one epic, they can silently follow along with every future commit until Bob's client issues an update. If Bob's client only updates infrequently, that window could be weeks. This makes automatic key update cadence the primary mitigation. Client issues an update plus commit on every app open, leaked key expires within hours. Daily, 24 hours. Client never updates. The key is valid forever. The update also needs to re-encrypt the tier 1 vault with that new key. The attacker would need to re-crack the tier 1 after every rotation to maintain access. What's the main reason MLS is log n instead of n squared? For removing a member. The tree structure. When a member is removed, only the nodes on the path from the members remove only on the need new keys. I see. yeah, everyone else doesn't need to re-exchange keys with each other when you leave. So if you leave the grouping. In Signal's model, every member has to re-exchange keys with every other member. Yep. And in this model, you only have to re-exchange keys along that path. I'm just going crazy. Going crazy. Yeah. Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Then regenerate CD and root. That's 2 nodes. The committer encrypts each new path secret to the sibling subtree. C gets the new secret. AB gets the new root secret. 2 encrypt operations total. The tree gives you the same property as binary search. You only touch one path. Oh. If everyone needs... If you still want to rotate keys regularly, then is it still n squared? If you were to do it all at the same time. So the main thing you'd be saving is it amortizing cost? Amortizing. Not quite n squared, it's n log n versus n squared. If all n members rotate, n log n. That's a pretty big difference. Yes, your intuition about amortization is the bigger practical one. The sender keys model, a single membership change forces an immediate O(n) squared cost. Everyone must rekey at once. In MLS, members rotate independently whenever they open the app or on a timer. Alice opens the app, rotates 10 encryption keys. 10 encryptions. 10 encryptions, yep. Nobody waits on anyone else, there's no big bang. Yeah, that's the biggest benefit. I see. When do you commit? A commit is just the MLS message. It applies one or more proposals in advance of the epoch. Any member can issue one. This happens when membership changes. Someone is added, someone is removed. Member generates a new leaf key pair. Add Alice, remove Bob. Barrel updates are key. 3 proposals, 1 new epic. There's no automatic background process. Aiden's question architecture book is really, when should the client decide to issue an update plus commit? I don't know. Go ahead and list that in the doc. So what do you think this overall model? I think I'm going to want to have boxes, please. Okay, I'm gonna give it another 15 minutes. Did you already sign off? Seems like it. 15 minutes. Yeah. Take it easy. Go to sleep. Start again tomorrow. But to have that what you're proposing, I would need to know who is in the group. Just thinking. No, it doesn't. Oh. Yep. See you later. I wonder, when did you just send that message? I don't know. I don't have timestamps on my messages. Mail activity? No. I don't know. If you just sent that and you got my message, have a good night too. But if you've already signed off, then you will not see it. Doesn't know how many people are in each group, right? Because members send messages directly to each other. Yeah, another. Signal server doesn't know group. Signal group membership lives only on the clients. When Alice sends a group message, her client sends an individual. Oh. Hey. All right, let's finish this up. Signals model group membership lives only on the clients. When Alice sends a group message, her client individually sends it. Init MLS. The server stores the public ratchet tree and routes handshake messages to group members. The server still needs to know about groups to limit storage size. Because we want to keep history servers. And this means we'll also know about message count, because each individual message will be I wonder, do we use all the efficiency of MLS if we do messages? Is accessing data.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never ever.
It's in the proposal need to be delivered to group. The server doesn't know. If the group message stores just What the server actually knows, groups message volume per group that someone at a given connection is touching. Doesn't know who the members are, how many members there are. Go ahead and update documentation. That's basically we're okay. You could prefer patterns. You'd like to avoid explicitly knowing who's in. To avoid it. Guys. Okay, this is my last update, and then I'm server does not maintain explicit group members. Well, no, it's set off. Server may be able to for a pattern through traffic and explicitly. For encrypted blob keyed by group ID. Vault. User ID. For pseudonymous. Mailbox. Enforce storage limits per group. Server stores encrypted data but doesn't. Group IDs exist. Stores messages keyed by message count controls them. Got it. Message count and total size. Mailbox IDs exist. It stores delivery keys. Only members can. precursor locally. Probably need some kind of group editor. Here. That share? Is that? Grab it. Grab. Grab it. Drop it. Both. There's a natural split between what needs to be shared group level truth and what's personal. Encrypted to the current epic secret stored in the group stream. MLS is a group context functions field designed for exactly that. All down data goes directly and external. Come in. It does have a separate group state object, and there's a good practical reason for it. A group state blob stored on the server, encrypted with a shared group master key, contains a member list name avatar. It's very easy because you need to look up what is the group name and who the members are without replaying the history. Um, forward secrecy resend. I'm gonna have to review this document so many times. Make sure that it's a reasonable approach. I have to read these. Make sure I understand how this works. I think I have a rough idea now. I'd like to get a better idea. Forward secrecy, group storage model split into stream, state snapshot. The co-snapshot lets clients get current info. It's pretty good. Signal has some kind of setup where regular members can't remove other members, only amendments creator can, and members can add members through some proof thing. Yeah, Signal has a two-role system with the server enforced permissions. The code parties of the server enforced without knowing who's who. The server stores the encrypted group state when a member wants to modify it. Then to the server, they have the right to do so. So you can use key verified anonymous. Server issues each user not to detect. Modify the group that presents zero knowledge proof. The trade-off signal made. This moved group state from clients to the server. The anonymous credentials hide which member is acting. Signal doesn't have a group list. If we know group size, then does it just make sense to have that public MLS stuff on the server instead? The only additional thing we learn are pseudonyms. It's gonna be funny if anyone ever uses this, and then I don't know if I would explain how it works, the infrastructure, because you don't want it to be easy for someone to try to find workarounds or whatever. But then the YouTube videos exist, so presumably, it's not, the US government could get at that, even if I removed it. I imagine if you delete stuff, YouTube actually deletes it at some point. Server doesn't know. Who's using guys or group pseudonym? Okay, now let's doc for this. I think that's you're right. The issue is when you switch tabs, the last in-flight ping response callback can still fire while the tab is current. Okay, I think these are reasonable decisions. We'll use MLS. Some of that's going to be public, or, you know, on the servers. The server's going to know how many people are in each group, but not who's in the group. It'll have some pseudonyms for each member. That's all fine, because that gives me the ability to do governance too. I think this is almost in kind of the right spot on the curve. You get very good security. You know, what you say in your group or what you share is private for most intents and purposes. And the most you can get subpoenaed with is like the number of people in the group. And maybe when someone joins or leaves the group. If you don't know who it is, you can just say, here's all we know. All right. Okay, I'm calling it for tonight. Thank you. Bye-bye.